Sorry. Good morning. I'd like to call the Finance, Ways, and Means Committee to order for February 14th, 2022. Let me officially say Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. You're welcome. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Representatives Campbell, Camper, Crawford, Faison, Freeman, Gant, Garrett, Gillespie, Hawk, Hicks, Lamar, Lambert, Lynn, Miller, Ogles, Sexton, Shaw, Sparks, Todd, Whitson, Williams, Wendell, Zachary, Vice Chairman Baum, Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Are there any personal orders or announcements? None of you gentlemen want to wish your spouse Happy Valentine's Day on the Chairman Faison? I'm giving you a chance here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to wish you a happy Valentine's Day
well,
and all the ladies here. And my sweet wife did come in last night and we had breakfast together for our Valentine's Day. And she is not watching, but happy Valentine's Day, honey.
Well, I know hopefully no spouses are watching, but they may go back and look later. So that's why it's important to do these things. We've got several budget hearings scheduled today. It's a bit of a marathon day for us, and thank you all for being here on time. And I thank the folks in front of us, starting us out bright and early on a Monday morning with talking about the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, which a lot of people on this committee have a special affinity for. So with that, Commissioner Turner, I would just invite you to make your presentation for the budget year upcoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Certainly it's good to see the committee, and we're very excited to be here. To my left, I have Deputy Commissioner Jordan Allen on program operations. To my right, Deputy Commissioner Andy Kidd with our F&A team. Very excited about what we've been doing inside DIDD. Certainly appreciate the legislature support, as the chair lady just mentioned. We have a lot of good friends in the legislature that recognize what we're doing, why we're doing it, who we're doing it for, and what it does in the end is allow them to live the lives they've envisioned for themselves. For the first time in many instances in any of their lives, but we're really excited about that. So as the chair mentioned, we certainly want to be receptive to your questions and give you plenty of time to be able to ask us questions about what we're doing, how we're honoring taxpayer dollars, but most importantly, the Tennesseans that we're serving. So I will send it over to Deputy Commissioner Kidd and we'll begin our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. We'll go to the first slide, which is just an overview of our department. And that's just a quick shot of the people that we support and the various programs that we have. The next slide is about our Tennessee Early Intervention System that came over to the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities last year. The TEIS program has seen an increase in referrals over the last several years. And so as one of the cost increases that you'll see, we're requesting additional funds to absorb those additional referrals. One of the things that we also saw that there was a slight downtick in referrals during COVID-19 and 2020. And so what we've seen there is learning loss for those children. The early intervention really matters. And so that one of the other cost increases that you'll see is an expansion to age 4 for the TEIS program. And with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over. And I'll go fairly quickly through these cost increases, but happy to answer any questions if you have them. The first one is for TEIS, the increase in children served. And so that's the 9% year-over-year increase that we've seen. These funds and positions will help for the caseloads that we've seen, as well as additional contract funding. Number 2 is for TEIS extension to age 4. And as I mentioned, that's so that the children that we currently serve from 0 to 3, this will extend that to 0 to 4. And that includes 74 positions for case management as well. The next is a provider rate increase, and this is a pool of funding that we're going to use, and we're going to try to focus on nursing rates within our waiver system. The next is Tennessee Believes. This is an additional $500,000 that makes $1 million total for our Tennessee Believes program, and that's grants to colleges and universities to help those with IDD attend college. This year's funding will be focused on TCATs, vocational schools, and trade schools. The next line item is the Innovation Lending Center for our Enabling Technology program, which I'm going to let Jordan Allen give a quick update and then talk about the Innovation Lending Center.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee, Madam Chair. The Lending Center in essence is a virtual lending environment where we'll have enabling technologies, packages of technologies that can and in fact now have helped people live much more independently, rely less on paid staff, which the continued staffing crisis is helping us impact that positively. We won't own any of the equipment, so we won't need to store it. It'll be hosted virtually and give us the opportunity, we hope, to reach many more people in services.
Thanks, Jordan. The next line item is for benefits counselors, and these are 3 benefits counselors that will work in the regions to help those people that we support as they might receive waiver services, but they also want to be employed. There's been some concern among people that they might lose some type of SSI benefits or other benefits, and these benefits counselors to help those people understand that they can be employed without losing any other benefits that they might receive. The next line item is for the abuse and neglect hotline investigators. We've seen an uptick just in the amount of calls that we've received through that program. So we just need to make sure that we have those 24/7 hotline available. The next line item is for IT licensing. We're currently replacing our case management, billing, EVV systems, but we'll have to have our current systems concurrently run with the new system for around a year. And so this is just to absorb that cost. This is a non-recurring for 1 year, just so that we can run those until we have all the data transferred to the new system. The next line item is for a nurse practitioner. This is actually not a position addition. This is just a reorganization and funding, which required a cost increase line item. The next line item I'll also turn over to Deputy Commissioner Allen to speak about our MAPS program.
Members of the committee, the MAPS program, in short, is targeted at transitional age youth, so kids in the school system. The intent of the program is to get the attention of and work with people and families while they're still in school, leveraging some of the vocational training and the school experience they're having, and then helping them transition into adulthood with tools that allow them to be as functionally independent as they want to be. So the plan will be to get in, work with kids, teach them how to navigate their communities utilizing technologies that we've already piloted in places like Chattanooga, teaching them independent living skills, again, heavily reliant on the tools that you and I use on a daily basis, but have largely not been availed to our community. And the intent, if it works perfectly, will be for people to transition into adulthood and not need to move on to long-term support services, and in some cases, not need Medicaid eligibility. We're thrilled. This has been a gap, to be quite honest, for years and years. And so we're thrilled to have the opportunity to catch these kids before, unfortunately, a learned dependence begins to set in, which we've seen almost over a generation now. So happy to answer any other questions about that program.
Thanks, Jordan. The next line item is for the DSP wage and nursing rate increase, and that's 73.1 million, 24 of that being state. Chair Hazelwood's been very passionate about this and really appreciate that, and wanted to show that this DSP wage is very important to the department and the administration. This takes it up to $13.75. The next 2 line items are tied together: behavioral start home, and then the hardening of that start home. This is for our assessment and stabilization teams to be able to have a facility or a place to take folks that are having a behavioral crisis in the moment, rather than take them to a hospital or a jail. This is a home that will harden so that our folks that have the specialization can help with those folks. Then the last line item is waiver utilization, and that's a typical cost that goes up year over year under our waiver program, and that's just the increase that we have requested there. The next page is our efficiency plan, and that's our waiver attrition as people attrition out of the waiver, and that total savings is 52.6, and that's 17.7 in state. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. And again, committee, I appreciate your recognition of what we're doing and the value. Certainly, there are dollars that are going to be attached to that. But as Andy mentioned, we have a great partnership with the legislature. And just to highlight a couple of the things that we're talking about, As you well know, the COVID pandemic was incredibly detrimental to children and their ability to learn in person. It was even more detrimental in many cases for children with disabilities inside the early intervention service delivery system that we have, that did not get to have that hands-on, one-on-one interaction with any of their therapists or any of the individuals that were involved inside TEIS. So part of the reason that we're wanting to actively promote extending this to age 4 is because of the number of children that potentially were missed and did not get services because they historically had been cut off at age 3. They then move into the school system really behind by 18 months on what early intervention could have done for them. And then you've got a school system trying to figure out how to continue to help. And then ultimately down the road, frankly, if we don't help them when they're 3 years old, you start having to pay for them even more expensively when they're 23 years old if they have intellectual developmental disabilities and enter into our adult service delivery system. The other part that Andy mentioned that I think is incredibly important, and I want to be very clear on this, is just how important DSPs are to what we do every single day inside the department. They are angels sent to help individuals inside the state of Tennessee, and they live amongst us. Anything that we can do to try to actively promote their value, including pay increases that they have richly deserved, sends a strong message from this administration, from this committee, from this body about the understanding of what DSPs do and how they deliver services every single day. They become relationship builder. They become an encourager. They help individuals that want to work. And that's the last thing I'd like to talk about before we take your questions is the MAPS program that Deputy Commissioner Allen talked about. This really accelerates the opportunity for Tennesseans with disabilities to live independently, work independently, thrive in their communities. And that's what we want to do. Our job here is to try to work ourselves out of a job, to be very frank, where the department doesn't need to exist anymore because Tennesseans with disabilities have the opportunity to live independently, work independently, build relationships, develop community engagements that you and I take for granted. So anything that we can do to save taxpayer dollars by continuing to promote the idea of more independence and less dependency, I think is incredible value to the legislature, to the department, but most importantly to the Tennesseans that we serve every day, because we want them to have their own choice and be their own North Star in how they live their lives independently. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just if you would, you mentioned the Chattanooga pilot.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could, I have a list of questions, but before we get started on those, if you could just elaborate on that a little bit. And then I have a question about the hotline.
Sure. Go ahead, Jordan.
So the pilot program there essentially seeks or sought at this point, because we're about a year into it, to equip people in that local community to travel independently around the community. First and foremost, I want to say that the city of Chattanooga exceeded our expectations considerably. We approached them with the idea, in short, it's a combined travel training program. So the city actually designated staff people to learn the training platform that we use, which is a mobile application that links the person with the routes in the area, provides video or picture demonstration of what stops look like, even helps soft skill building, interactions in the community. This is what you might say to the bus driver. This is, an interaction you might have on the bus. And long story short, COVID kind of changed our approach a little bit, but we've seen overwhelming success. One thing I want to say quickly is that the general perception most of the time when we meet with families or even members of the community is that people experiencing a disability are, because of the level of vulnerability, that it's not possible for them to do things like independently take public transportation, or what we found at this point is that just the opposite intuitively is true. Communities tend to rally around programs like this. Certainly the city of Chattanooga did that. And the MAPS program that Commissioner just mentioned will capitalize on some of the success and what we've learned in that project by expanding the technology and expanding the number of communities within which we implement this travel program.
Well, I was at the kickoff for that program and really had not had a lot of feedback. So I'm glad, again, with all the challenges of COVID and everything else, I'm glad that there was a positive outcome and something that can be replicated. And then you mentioned the hotline, the suicide hotline, and that is just for people with developmental disabilities. How does one get to that number?
It's provided, and I'll let Deputy Commissioner Kidd share a little bit more, but that's also Adult Protective Services who work very closely with Department of Human Services to have a 24-hour hotline available. Our investigators would go out to investigate any complaints of abuse or something potentially traumatic that might be happening. You see more and more of those. And unfortunately, as Deputy Commissioner Kidd referenced, because of the pandemic, we saw a lot of those cases go up because more people were confined to their homes, more people were subjected to abuse. Certainly something that we want to be very careful about. And I think if you look around the state, you've seen instances of drug use rise, suicides, things that are very traumatic and very unfortunate and detrimental that was driven in large part by the pandemic. This is a hotline that is available to caregivers, to families, to anyone that might suspect abuse of our population, but also of other populations. They can call in and report anonymously what they think might be going on, and then we take over from there and open up an investigation and can send someone out to actually view the situation that they're reporting. So I don't know if Andy wants to add anything to that or not.
The only other thing that I'll add is we did use existing resources to the best of our ability, but we've now reached that limit that folks are having to work overtime, and these two positions would help alleviate that overtime.
All right, thank you. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to encourage you, if you've never had the chance to spend some time with our Commissioner DIDS, he's actually a delightful human being. I serve on the board of directors for a provider for DIDS, and I have for the last 14 years of my life. And it gives you a completely different perspective when you see how this department takes care of Tennessee's most vulnerable citizens. And then to be able to gain the perspective of our commissioner who actually has family members who are part of this, it makes you feel good that we've got leaders in Tennessee who are calling the shots for the DIDS program, who for years have had their boots on the ground and understand what families and communities go through when they're dealing with some of our most precious and wonderful and vulnerable Tennesseans. So it's always good to see you, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. I do have a quick question. With there's going to be additional funding, I guess 99 new positions the governor's put in. Has there been a continued increase in the children referred to the program for TEIS?
Yes, sir, there has been, and it's a great question. First, appreciate your very kind words. We certainly believe what we're doing is very mission driven above anything else. So thank you for your kind comments there. But yes, sir, to answer your question, it is. We've seen just last year, I think we had a 9 or 10% increase in referrals to our program. And over the last 3 years, it's been closer to 20% when you combine that, and that's including a pandemic. So I think one of the things that the pandemic has done, Representative Faison, is allow parents to actually be present. Many of the folks have to work, and we understand that they're having to be around their children more when some of their jobs might be working from home. So I think it's allowed the families and individuals close to a child to see that there might be some developmental delays there. And I think that's accelerated some of the referrals that we've seen into the program. But yes, sir, we've seen quite the uptick, and I think it represents the strength and stability of the program that families trust us enough to refer their child. But it also shows us the need there and why we're happy to be able to present that we need a little bit more of this because it's helping Tennesseans.
Chair Lady, can I follow? Commissioner, can you tell the committee specifically on this program and then DIDS as a whole, how do you measure success when you look at what everything you're saddled with this program, TIS? How does it, can you kind of quantify how you would say, now I heard you say just a minute ago that families are being more engaged. So in my mind, that's a part of the success, but how would you gauge success of this program and then DIDS as a whole?
Well, so it's really a long, convoluted answer, but I'll try to give you a very simple answer. What we do is allow individuals to create what success looks like for them. So good example, on a personal level, my daughter can say about 6 words. That's a success to me because 2 of those are mom and dad. So that's all that I'm worried about. So to me, that's a success about what she does. Adults might want to work for the first time. There's a gentleman that serves on one of our councils who said that his son has been diagnosed with autism. He came home one day and showed him his first paycheck and said he wanted to go to Chick-fil-A and go to a movie. To me, that's success. So we might have this worldview of what success looks like, but when you really boil it down to the nuts and bolts, are you allowing that person to be the best that they can be, whatever that might look like verbally, how they work, how they engage in their community. What does that look like? So every day we challenge ourselves to figure out how do we create more independence and less dependency for Tennesseans with disabilities. So the success rate there, I think, is very high because we're giving them the opportunity, but we can't give them the opportunity if we don't have partnership like we have enjoyed with the legislature, with the governor's office who believes in the dignity of the life of the individual that we're trying to serve. And then we're creating those success stories. And as Deputy Commissioner Allen mentioned, when we get parents calling us and crying because they never thought their son or daughter would live on their own, to me, that's success. So we've created those stories, and we're creating more and more of those stories every day across Tennessee, and that's something that we're all incredibly proud of.
Committee, I want to tell you quick, Commissioner Turner might not tell you this, but if you met his daughter, you would see a beautiful young lady who you obviously know has some serious developmental disabilities, and you may or may not get to interact with her. But when he walks into the room, he's been gone today, and he gets home, that girl is going to lighten up.
Mm-hmm.
And talking to him and knowing these individuals, because I've been doing this for 14 years, sometimes we that are completely whole, if you will, think that we are doing God's work or we're helping them. But when you see how his daughter reacts to him, or the people that you work with react to you, you'll find out that they minister to you just as much as you feel like you're ministering to them.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, this is one of the areas, and your story just now, how do you measure success? Guys, I don't know that we get it right very often in government, but that answer right there, Commissioner, we're getting it right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chairman Whitson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I tell you, it's tough to follow the distinguished gentleman from Cocke County and my good friend, because he is exactly right about the great job you and your team has done. And we're grateful. And I know it's a tough challenge, but I tell you, well said here. My question, first of all, Commissioner, I enjoyed so much serving with you on the subcommittee for students, gifted students and students with disability. That was a real learning experience for me, and your leadership was duly noted on
Thank
that.
you.
Great job.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
My question deals with the Tennessee Believers, or Tennessee Believes program. This program provides grants to higher education programs that serve students with intellectual and developmental disabilities across our state. Last year, the program was appropriated a recurring amount of $500,000. With this year's proposed budget, expanded the program to an additional recurring $500,000. Question is, how many institutions have been awarded the Tennessee Believes grant so far? And then this follow-up would, what new programs or enhancements have institutions developed to serve their students with these programs?
Great question, and thank you for that. The Tennessee Believes program, we've issued 4 grants so far, and that was last year's $500,000, and that was 4. 2 of those are new programs, and then 2 of those are expansion of current programs. This year's funding is targeted for TCATs, vocational and trade schools, and so that funding obviously hasn't been allocated yet, but that's the intent for the future funding.
And can you give some examples of how the TCAT programs, what they'll be targeted toward and how they would work?
Sure. We don't have clear understanding yet. We want the TCATs to give those proposals to us to tell us what they can do. So part of the process for the 4 grants that have been issued so far is those schools gave us proposals. We had an evaluation team look at that. So we'll do the same thing for TCATs and vocational schools. I'll tell you, some of the programs that we received applications for were very exciting. Being able to have a whole bunch of new students come on board, recruitment, being able to get them employed after they graduate. So really excited to see what the vocational schools and TCATs have to offer as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair,
Chairman.
Madam Chair, can I also add something to that really quick to Representative Whitson? I appreciate your service. You've been a huge advocate in our population, our community, so thank you. But one of the things I think that will add some additional flavor to the question that you just asked was, we did a statewide tour to meet with families around some of their needs. And we went to East Tennessee, and there was a young man there, 8 years old, and I'll never forget this story, that I asked him, well, what did he want to do when he went to school? And he said, well, I'll never be able to go to college. He's in a wheelchair. That's wholly unacceptable. in our state and our country to be able to look at children where they think at 8 years old they can't go to college because they're in a wheelchair. And our Tennessee Believes program has been driven by that understanding that every single child in Tennessee has value and has value in their own ability and can create their own future through education, through programs like Tennessee Believes. Deputy Commissioner Kidd has helped lead that program. He's done a phenomenal job. And as we're working to expand it, we found out just how neglected higher education had been in providing services and understanding how to be a better partner with the state. And we had a lot of schools that have reached out to us and said, we can't wait to start on this program again next year and do new things because we want to expand it. But just the fact that an 8-year-old said that is really what drove us to continue to remember that that's one child out of how many that are saying, I can't do any better than what I am right now. And we're just never going to let that happen in DIDD.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm excited about those programs as well. I have close friends for 40 years or more who have a son with Downs, and he went to Clemson for a program that they had there. There wasn't anything, in the state. It was a great experience for him. He lived on the Clemson campus. He went to, he used their bus system to get to classes, and he lives with some other in a group home, but it's in a very independent situation. He works. And I think that was really helped move him along that path. So I'm glad that we're doing more of that in state, so we don't have Tennesseans who have to look for out-of-state options for their children at that level. Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed that you had $150,000 in the proposed budget for, it was non-recurring, for some structural upgrades to the West Tennessee Regional Office. And I think I saw in your presentation where that's hardening the start homes. If that's correct, do you have any other regional offices that serve as behavioral start homes, or do any of the other regional offices serve as behavioral start homes?
Yes, sir. Good question, and thanks for it. So the short answer is no. The program that we're seeking some hardening for will expand us into a second location. I think many members of the committee are aware of the Harold Jordan Center and the programming that goes on there, essentially serving this same demographic. Folks with co-occurring diagnosis, typically challenging behavioral indications in those co-occurring diagnoses. And so this would actually work hand in glove with another program, a crisis stabilization and intervention program that's going into the community. A lot of the providers we've discussed today will experience a crisis. These teams will intervene in that crisis and then either help with inpatient admission, perhaps to the start home that we're talking about now, or try to avoid unnecessary admissions to long-term facilities, RMHIs, and the like. So this will provide for our second location of similar programming.
Madam Chair.
Chairman Todd.
Thank you. Will the new regional offices built in Nashville, Greenville, and Arlington be designed to meet federal requirements to serve as behavioral start homes?
Yes, sir. So appreciate the question. That's exactly what we're working towards, is service delivery in all those areas. So I think as we came before this committee last week, we tried to cover a lot of that not only are we going to be working to meet the physical needs with the seating and positioning clinic, we're also heavily anticipating that we're going to be able to focus on meeting behavioral and some of the mental needs for co-diagnosis and dual diagnosis for citizens in Tennessee with disabilities. One of the challenges that we've had significantly that I think this committee might be aware of is a lot of conversations with judges, with public safety utility officials around how do we serve your population, but most importantly, how do we serve your population that find themselves in crisis? These homes are the start of a mission-driven approach that we've created inside our department. Historically, have been done in clinical services, but this is also an extension of that. And the regional offices are going to play a huge part in that as far as being launching points to make sure that we can get to different regions of the state quicker if a person is in crisis.
Chairman Todd.
My last question is kind of related, it may be related to what you were just talking about. I want to make sure, but does the department coordinate with courts and the criminal justice system to find alternatives to incarceration for individuals with IDD and behavioral health needs?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what we're working on right now because there's been significant challenges. Deputy Commissioner Kidd said the last thing that we want is an unfortunate encounter with law enforcement or an unnecessary visit to a hospital or an inpatient site where folks are not sure what to do. So their instinct is to call 911 or have an individual go to the hospital. They don't need to be there. So yes, sir, that's at the very forefront of conversations we're having related to behavioral health and meeting those needs.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hi, thank you
Hi.
for being here with us today, and thank you for your good work.
Thank you.
We so appreciate you. I wanted to ask for, if you could explain to us functionally what will happen. The proposed budget will provide $25 million in recurring funding to add 1,250 enrollees on the ECF Choices waitlist to the to the Pathways to Independence program. Can you just just give us a breakdown of how that will happen? Can the department provide just more details on this? And what are the challenges you're facing in regards to the home and community-based services?
Jordan.
Excellent question, and thank you very much for it. So the MAPS program I referenced a little bit earlier. In short, we've identified slots for 1,250 people. So that's a $20,000 annual benefit cap. The program itself is designed to be a 3-year duration. So people, young people, hopefully, transitional age youth from 15 to 22 are already involved in programming in our school system. The intent is for us to be able to engage in conversation with those young people and their families about the option to learn about how to navigate your community independently and live independently, search for a job and be independently functioning in the work environment. All of this, one of the things that I'm sure you guys have picked up on already, but there's a real synergy in this budget submission. Each of the programs and really each of the individual submission items are intended to increase the functional independence and the availability of independence to people supported. By targeting this 15 to 22 age range, our hope is that we can get in, as Commissioner Turner was saying, and instill a sense of optimism in these kids to say, look, you can, the sky's the limit for you. You tell us what you want to accomplish, and we've got tools that can help you accomplish that. And then, in theory, putting people on a pathway to independence, which doesn't mean that they have to enroll in the ECF program or in long-term support services. Not that that's bad, but we want to reserve those slots. Members of this committee understand that we've got a referral list still to this day that's in the thousands. If we can reach that group of kids that say, you know what, I don't need one of those spots, and now that you've assisted me in learning how to travel my community, how to make real connections and achieve membership in the community, not just physically be present there, but achieve that same level of membership that we all do kind of organically. And now that you've given me a few of the skills that I need to live independently, maybe I just need a coach to come in a couple of times a month and make sure things are all right, or help me budget, or help me plan for, my daily life. And in fact, those aren't theories. We're seeing that happen. There's, I'm sure if you haven't, please go to our website and look at some of the videos that we've produced. But we have people that spent, 2 decades with staff 24/7 that are now living almost completely independently. And as Commissioner noted earlier, when you hear that exponentially from somebody that was told you'll always be dependent on somebody, and now they're able to exercise their own vision of independence, it's transformative. And so I'm sorry I went a little long on that one, but I just want the committee to understand that if this program works the way we have it designed, our hope is that we give the next generation entering services the ability to say, thanks, but no thanks. I don't need you anymore.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I can't wait to hear about it after we fund this and see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Thank you, staff, and thank you all for what you do. I can't say that enough.
Thank you.
Just thank you for what you do. I was thinking, and I've often heard you say that you'd kind of like to just work yourself out of a job.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you. And maybe this is something you want to think about, but what tools do you think you would need that you don't have to work yourself out of that job?
Well, that's a big question, but I think one of the things right off the top is we need people to better understand what we're trying to do and not judge the people that we're serving for what they can't do. That's a huge part of it, is we need allies and advocates that understand Tennesseans with disabilities have the same goals that anybody else does. And a number of things that we often think about that we take for granted, we don't realize the impact that it has on Tennesseans with disabilities every day. The ability to travel to get to a job, the ability to hold a job. Sometimes what happens, Representative Shaw, that's been really unfortunate is our folks are the last ones hired and the first ones let go. Especially in a pandemic, it was catastrophic for our population that was holding down employment. And the governor has said it, I've said it, I know many on this committee believe there's dignity in a paycheck. What we need is companies that believe the same thing. As we're having these conversations around what does full inclusion look like in the workforce, our population tends to historically get left behind. What we're working very closely on under Deputy Commissioner Allen's leadership is creating a team that can go out to companies to say, we know that you've got 250,000 jobs open. Why have you not called us? And they don't call us because they don't know about us sometimes. So we always want to have folks that want to help tell our story. And our story is very simple. We're going to bring out the best in people. We're going to create an environment for them to be successful. And we want people to know that a state like Tennessee is passionate about being an employment first state, creating those types of opportunities, and then delivering on that. Because as we all know, talk is very cheap. What we count on is people actually delivering on what they're promising for Tennesseans with disabilities. And we have a full support structure in place to allow folks to be independent. Just to wrap up, kind of put a bookend on that comment. A lot of the folks here that we're serving, as Deputy Commissioner Allen referenced, historically have never been given that opportunity. Imagine if you went home and somebody sat there and watched you sleep because people felt like you couldn't sleep without something bad happening to you. That's the folks that we're trying to support. And we're creating a narrative for them to be able to tell their own story. And we want more folks that advocate and are allies with us in creating that narrative for us to tell people that independence is the best way. Less dependency is the best way for you to live the life you'd envision for themselves. And we've created, I think, really a strong program built around honoring taxpayer dollars. I don't want to spend a single more taxpayer dollar than we need to create independence for people. So anytime we come to you, I'm confident in saying that we're not doing this because we think money's there. We're doing it because we think we need it so we don't have to ask for it in the future, because more people are utilizing the MAPS program. More students are going to college to get their degree and they're going to live independently. So those are the things I think, Representative Shaw, that we need is just more people telling our story and telling our story accurately about what we do and not what people can't do.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you. Just one final question / comment. When new industries come into Tennessee, is your program introduced to them in terms of them coming in, or they introduced to it later? I ask you that because that's really one of the things I used to do. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, sir. So your timing's perfect on that, because that's exactly what we're working on. I've met several times with Commissioner Rolfe at ECD, met several times with Commissioner McCord and his team at Labor and Workforce to have those very conversations. In fact, we've had 2 conversations so far with Ford. Obviously, everyone here knows about Blue Oval, because that's what we want to do. We know that they're looking for skilled and talented workers. What we don't want them to do is just overlook us and think, well, that's not a population that we need to engage. We have a lot of talent that's ready to go to work right now. So that's something that we've been strategic about, making sure that we're meeting with stakeholders before they get here, while they're here, and especially after they're here, to make sure we meet their workforce needs.
Thank you. Next on my list, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to follow up on what everybody else has said. Thank you for all you do. It's amazing. In my district alone, there are several nonprofits that deal with those along the spectrum of intellectual and physical disabilities. And several of them provide services to the community. One of them being a group called On the Avenue, and they do marketing and PR. And they again have people all along the spectrum. Some that that with enough help could absolutely be independent, and some will likely never be fully independent and will need some level of support. And they are doing this on a market value and going out and selling their services to people that believe in their mission. What are you doing, and what programs are available to help industries like that get a start, and maybe those that are struggling to continue in the market to potentially subsidize some of them, or maybe some back end support?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So I'm familiar with what you're referencing. So really, there's kind of two answers to that question. One, what we always want to do is partner with nonprofits that are in their community and working in their community to make sure that they deliver for individuals that have disabilities. But what we don't want there is to create a false narrative around the only way to do that is through segregated work environments, segregated housing, segregated opportunities for employment. So we always challenge ourselves when we engage private sector individuals, say, are they meeting the needs of the individual, number one? But 1A behind that is, are they doing it in a manner that we believe is efficient around creating opportunities for independence and lessening dependency? So what we've seen, Representative Freeman, is we've been able to share in very great detail with a number of nonprofits exactly what our vision is and how we see Tennessee being a leader across the country in independent living, independent work, and independent support for individuals with disabilities. So I think your question, and I want to make sure I'm catching it correctly, is what are we doing to, number one, help those nonprofits? But if they don't know we're here, how are we working to engage them to make sure that they understand we're here to help? That's another thing that we've started to do. So our communications team works incredibly effectively with local nonprofits, local government entities, a number of the provider agencies all across the state to say, here's things that are happening in our area. Can DIDD come alongside and partner with us? Or can they actually, in some ways, what I want us to do is get government out of the way. If it's a program that's working efficiently and effectively, to Representative Shaw's question earlier, I don't want us messing up something just because we feel that we know a little bit better. That's a false narrative that's been created that I don't believe in. So we work very closely with those nonprofits and with private providers to make sure that we're listening to their needs, understanding where we can meet their needs. But historically, what we've tried to do is make sure that we're not going backwards. And what I mean by going backward is, are we creating things that become institutions that look like lipstick on a pig, where folks are segregated every day for 8 or 10 hours. They're only working the same menial tasks that they don't want to do. Deputy Commissioner Allen and I have gone out on our own to meet with a number of nonprofits I've met with on the avenue several times to make sure that we're understanding what they're trying to do, and then hopefully bringing some of our expertise and experts that we have in the nonprofit sector and in the public sector to work with them to create a job plan and an execution plan that meets the needs of the individual, where everybody wins.
Thank you. Representative Sparks, you're next.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the great work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Being up here, I guess, 12 years, I see a lot of lobbyists running around. I don't see a lot of advocates sometimes. So I appreciate your advocacy and appreciate your, because your heart's in the right place. I mean, we all know it, we see it. But I appreciate this committee and the chairman for giving those folks, the caregivers, raises. I know I've shared the story about the late Donnie Charles that came to me years ago wanting a job, and he was special needs. And I remember him saying, I'll do anything for a job. I'll do anything for a job. And I hired him, let him work for a while. And then Mayor Kitchen hired him, who was then senator. But what was amazing about this guy was he had bowled a perfect game before. I mean, and I don't want to use the analogy I want to use, but you wouldn't think he'd have that potential. But Mayor Kitchen seen the potential, and then others seen the potential. But he passed to COVID a few weeks ago. My pastor of the day was talking about Jesus using parables, and I often think about the Levite and the priest passing by. They were probably in a hurry up getting a meeting or hurry up getting home. And the Samaritan just stopped and took the time out to help that person. I've seen a lot of disconnect sometimes. Many times it's back home in my own community. I hate to say that. I've seen a woman get arrested for truancy. She had a special needs child. I don't know if you remember that happened in Rutherford County. She told me, she said, she got arrested, put in the back of the police car. She said, I can't go get a doctor's note, take him to the doctor every time that he messes in his pants or something. And I thought, wow, no school board member was there. No county commissioner was there. No advocate. And Nick Barris, Channel 5, did do a story. So there was some advocacy. I've often shared the story of Danny, who was deaf and blind, working 2 jobs. Papa John's hired him. Deaf and blind, working 2 jobs. He could fold 1,200 pizza boxes. I think it was 3 hours. And just an awesome story. TRC's in my community, Tennessee Rehab Center. Appreciate the good work they do. Donnie had went through there years ago. So I appreciate you being that good Samaritan that takes the time in your staff rather than just passing on by like sometimes we often do up here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman.
Just if I could respond real quick, I appreciate your comments on that. I think one of the things, Representative Sparks, that I drive home and almost demand of myself, but really start trying to demand of others. Your comment really spoke to a lot of what we go through. You know, if you look at people through the eyes of men, you see them different than if you look at them through the eyes of God. And what we're doing is trying to see people through the eyes of God about what they can do, not what they can't do. And I think Jesus paid much too high a price for me to pick and choose who should come. And when you start working with people to meet their ability and meet them where they're at, instead of asking them to come meet you, it changes things. I think we've created a narrative in our society where we're trying to teach folks with disabilities how to interact around folks that might have normal abilities, when we need to be teaching ourselves how do we meet their need first and then worry about how do we have those conversations later. We've got to start meeting people where they're at, not where we think they should be.
Thank you, Commissioner. As you can tell, there's a lot of passion on this committee about what you do, and we are very appreciative. Just one, I guess, follow-up question. We're talking about some additional positions in a couple of places, benefits counselors, and I think there was another one or two, but just the whole issue of personnel and this labor shortage. I know, we had a great video from our DSPs, and I'm hopeful that the wage increases that we did last year and those that are funded in this upcoming budget will keep those folks in place. But I know we've gone up, but so I saw a sign at a McDonald's the other day, $14 an hour. So it's a bus that we're never quite catching. So can you speak to us about the challenges for personnel overall and how your department is meeting those, and how those challenges might have been exacerbated or not by COVID with, as you said, more people being home, with parents being home with their children or whatever?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the question. So it has been challenging, obviously, to fill the spots, but I also want to be very clear with the committee that DSPs are the salt of the earth in our world and how they deliver services for Tennesseans with disabilities. We cannot do our job without them doing what they do every day. And what's incredible about some of these folks, to your point, Chair, is they see some of these jobs that might be better paying, but they look at their job as a mission and caring for individuals that they're responsible for, and that's what drives them. And it's an encouragement to me. They motivate me to be better, because what they're doing is built at the very foundational level of serving others. And I can't do my job without the DSP statewide delivering on what they do every single day. I think everyone in here knows someone that probably works in that service industry. So the least we can do, to your point, is figure out ways to help make them pay, or their pay, more equitable than what they've been historically given, knowing that we're going to have a hard time meeting the needs of the private sector. I don't think it's ever an excuse for our department not to try to go to bat for these folks. The other areas are the same thing. Sure, we're going to feel pressures from private industries and some other industries that might be able to pay a little bit more. But a lot of our folks in our department are mission driven. The folks that work in early intervention, that see a child for the first time able to sit up on their own. You can't put a paycheck on that. We hear that from folks all the time. So while I'm very proud of what we're doing serving people, we also understand that there's economic pressures. They got to provide for their families. So we've tried to be very careful in how we balance the workload, balance the need of hiring new folks to take away some of that workload. I've always told our department, first thing in your life that comes number one is your faith. Family's number two. Work needs to be a distant third. So we're trying to create those balances, Madam Chair, by creating some of these new positions that are driven by the need in the community, but also understanding that that some of our folks, they can't do everything for everybody. We've got an obligation to make sure that we're meeting the needs and balancing some of their caseloads and things that they need to do to be able to be good moms and dads at home. So I don't know if Deputy Commissioner Kidd might want to add anything to that, but that's kind of been our narrative.
Yeah, to the caseload point, TEIS currently has an average caseload of 72, which is why you see the additional positions there to help lower that caseload, hopefully into the high 50s, low 60s. Our Katie Beckett has an average caseload of 30. And then our HTTs, we currently are, which are very similar to the DSP, we currently have 85 vacancies, which we're trying to fill with the cost increases as well. Thank you.
Well, again, I know it's very challenging, the labor market in general, and So again, and I think it's, as you've mentioned, Commissioner, it's not just laborers that you need. It's people with a mission and a passion for the work that's being done. So again, we thank you for that good work
Thank you.
on behalf of the people in Tennessee who benefit from it, both those directly and the parents and siblings and all of those who care about the folks who are in your programs. We
Thank you.
certainly do appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Next up, we'll be hearing from the Council on Developmental Disabilities. So Director Piercy, if you want to come forward and get ready to present. Go ahead and pass it. Well, good morning. Thank you all for being here. It's a happy Monday, but we are glad to be hearing from the Council on Developmental Disabilities. And Director Piercy, if you want to begin your presentation, and members, all of this should be on your dashboard, but the department, for people like me and Leader Lambert who prefer the old-fashioned way, paper, they have brought copies of their presentation, which are being passed out. So you can have it electronically, or you can have it hard copy. And thank you all for doing that, for providing those. So Director Piercy.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Lady Hazelwood, Vice Chair Baum, and members of the committee. I am Lauren Piercy, Executive Director of the Tennessee Council on Developmental Disabilities. I have been with the council for several years, but I just stepped into the Executive Director role about 6 weeks ago. You may remember our longtime director, Wanda Willis. Wanda retired at the end of last year. Thank you for recognizing her service with a House Joint Resolution upon her retirement. We're honored to carry forward her legacy. As a new director, I feel very fortunate to have the two people sitting here with me today. Deputy Director Lynette Porter is sitting here to my left. Lynette has been with the council for more than 20 years, and she is the expert on our budget. To my right is our General Counsel and Public Policy Director, Brian Keller. Today, we have prepared a brief packet of documents for you, and we will spend just a few minutes going through them, and then we look forward to your questions. So if you turn to the documents, on the top of page 1, we explain our program this way. We bring together citizens and government to improve the complex disability system. You heard a little bit about that a few minutes ago. Our role in government is to take a bird's eye view of the entire system, working across the lifespan and in multiple policy areas. So you just heard from DIDD. We also work from transportation to education across the whole system. We use strategic partnerships to solve problems that citizens help us identify, and we create lasting change. The photo on this page shows visually the membership of our council. In this photo are our 10 staff members, 9 representatives from state departments who oversee disability programs, and 21 governor-appointed members from across the state, from your communities. The citizen members help keep us firmly grounded in the real experience of Tennesseans. Now moving to the text under that photo, you can see that together, this group is charged to identify the needs of Tennesseans with disabilities, assure the citizen voice in policymaking, advance systems change, and our ability to do all of this as a very small organization is the diversity of perspectives represented in that photograph and the accountability this group creates for each other. At our council meetings, it is powerful to watch citizens engage directly with policymakers. You can imagine the parent of a school-aged child who receives special education sitting next to the representative from the Department of Education. The citizens bring back knowledge to their communities, and the state agency representatives bring back the citizen perspective to their agencies. We, the council team, act on those ideas, and that is how we make lasting positive change across a huge, complex system. Now, if you turn to the second page in your packets, you can read the highlights of our work, which we also consider our goals. We welcome questions on all of these, but to be respectful of our time limit, I will only touch on the top bullet. The top bullet reflects a major focus area of ours for many years, and it demonstrates our role acting across the entire system. And that is revolutionizing the way that Tennesseans find disability services. We continually hear, I don't know how to find the services I need. I don't know what exists, and I don't know where to start. No one agency can address this issue. It's a job for the entire system. And that's where we come in. We co-founded a program called Tennessee Disability Pathfinder. It's a one-stop shop for both public and private resources, organized by county all across the state. Most states do not have anything like this. A recent accomplishment I want to highlight is making major upgrades to Tennessee Disability Pathfinder, including a new website, which allowed us to become integrated into mytn.gov. Now, when your constituents have questions about disability, they can get to Pathfinder from the state's official app. This will reach more Tennesseans than ever, connecting people who need support to the services and programs that already exist. They just may not know about it. We were able to make these changes by bringing together 6 state agencies to support us in funding Pathfinder. The whole project is an example of government at its best, coordinating behind the scenes to make life easier for Tennesseans. So now to get to the budget numbers, if you turn to the next page, you will see a high-level overview of our budget, and I'm going to ask Deputy Director Lynette Porter to walk us through this page.
You'll see that our fiscal year 23 state budget request is in line with our current fiscal 22 budget. We're requesting $1,747,600 in federal spending authority, $400,000 in interdepartmental funds, which is for the Pathfinder information and referral collaboration that Director Piercy mentioned. Those are funds that are coming in from 5 other state agencies to help support Pathfinder in the community. And we're requesting $280,600 in state appropriation, which is level request with the current year, for a total FY23 budget request of $2,428,200.
Thank you, Lynette. Okay, the final page of your packets is a map showing the geographic distribution of our citizen members across the state. You can see visually that we cover every developmental district in the state, from Paris to Pulaski to Greenville. These citizens, appointed by the governor, are carefully selected to also represent a variety of different disabilities, ages, races, and life experience. Please call on us if you ever need a disability representative from your area to offer a perspective or any other support related to a disability issue. That's what we are here for. So in closing, I want to thank you for your support of our program. Our state appropriation makes it all possible. Wanda used to say that we are the best investment in state government. After 44 years, you can say things like that. But I will just say that I think we have a huge impact for a relatively small budget, and we are really proud of that. So that concludes our prepared remarks, and we look forward to your questions now.
Thank you, Director, to you and your team. Before I get into the other questions, in looking at your budget overview, the federal dollars have continued to decrease. Can you speak to the reasons for that? Maybe Lynette?
Yes, I'll turn to Lynette.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The difference in current year federal and next year's federal is $79,100, and that was one-time COVID funding.
And then the more significant drop between 21 and 22?
Yes, ma'am. So that we got an extension from our federal funders for during the pandemic. They gave us more time to spend dollars that we weren't spending at the beginning. So it wasn't more dollars, it was just longer dollars.
Timing was different. All right, thank you. Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Director Piercy, thank you for being here, you and your staff, and thank you for what you all do. My questions center around the strategic plan that you guys have been working on since October of 2021. Can you talk a little bit about that plan? When do you guys plan on having that completed, and how are you gathering information to help construct this plan?
Thank you very much for that question. We have a 5-year state plan that is part of our federal requirements. So every 5 years, we do a very comprehensive cycle called the Comprehensive Review and Analysis. This includes a major public input process, strategic planning with our council members who I mentioned, and a literature review of everything else going on in the state from our partners. What kind of public input are they gathering? What do the national dialogue tell us about disability needs and disability best practices? We also survey all the state agencies, all the boards and commissions, all the cabinet agencies, and do an inventory of what's available in Tennessee, because disability services exist across every agency. We counted over 150 last time we did this. So we take all of that and we put it into our strategic plan, and we have launched that plan. We can get that to you. It's on our website. And we thought it was too much detail for 5 minutes today, but it is complete.
How much public input was given?
Almost 1,000 responses from across the state.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much again
Thank
for what
you.
you do. Thank you, Chair Lady.
Thank you, Chairman Hicks. Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Piercy, for being here and your staff. I want to go back to the Pathfinder information. Did you say there was 6 states that was helping fund that? Because on one of the sheets I got, it says something about 23.
Yes. In Pathfinder, there are 6 state agencies who have contributed funding, pooled funding with us to directly support that Pathfinder as a program. So that is DIDD, Department of Health, Department of Mental Health, Department of Human Services, Department of Mental Health, and the Commission on Aging and Disability gave us a one-time grant. Now, the 23 agencies I think that you're referring to are the number of agencies that offer disability services according to that comprehensive review and analysis that we mentioned. So that's where those programs exist. And then Pathfinder is the central hub to help people get to those services.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Also within that, there's like 154 different unique programs. When does the council anticipate the expanded and modernized Pathfinder will be available to all Tennesseans?
It is now launched with the new website, and so Pathfinder has existed for about 15 years, but it had a website that was created about 15 years ago and a part-time web designer from Vanderbilt because the budget is so small. So bringing those 6 agencies together to infuse it with funding allowed us to revamp that website, to put a full-time web designer and social media person on the team. And now the website is functional enough to be easier for Tennesseans, but also to be integrated in mytn.gov.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Final question. Other than the Disability Pathfinder, how does the council work to ensure Tennesseans who could benefit from the programs now and their ability to get to them?
We have a very small staff. We have 10 staff here in Nashville, but we have decided over the last 5 years to expand our communications team. So we have 2 really expert communications staff members who do a lot of promotion of getting materials out, coordinating with state agencies about how to make things understandable and accessible to Tennesseans. We also have a public policy director who spends a lot of time coordinating with state agencies, and a full-time leadership director who we actually have programs for citizens to help them learn how to navigate the disability system and be ambassadors in their communities to help each other. It's kind of a train the trainer leadership type thing. So we have over 500 graduates across the state who can help their community members navigate these services and better find services. So we do it in several ways with a small staff is the short answer.
And just a bit of a follow-up on that. I think one of the reasons for your existence, obviously, is that it's not always a question of resources, but it's a question of identifying the appropriate resources. And it's great, a new website that is easier to navigate and easier to understand, probably has a lot more information. But what do we do for the community? And I appreciate the fact, again, you mentioned you have these train the trainer, these folks who are back in the community, have been through the process. But in my experience, or at least some of the disabled community, their parents or caregivers or responsible parties could be older, less willing or able to interact, electronically. So other than these community people, how are we reaching out to them? Again, I know some people who have, they've always taken care of their child themselves.
Yes.
And they have not wanted, needed, or accessed governmental assistance or programs. But as they get older and they recognize, there has to be a transition. So how are we helping those people to connect properly?
I think our role in government is what allows us to do that, actually. And an example with Pathfinder is now that Department of Health, Department of Education, just as 2 of the 6 agencies are at the table with Pathfinder, we're going to better be able to arm teachers with the information about how to get families to Pathfinder, so that as needs change, as people come in and out of the disability community, they'll know about it through their school, through the natural connections that they have in their communities. Department of Health is our partner at the table for the same reason. We need to get this information to pediatricians, to the people who naturally connect with you in your community when you are dealing with disability, instead of them having to know what's available here in Nashville.
And I think my concern or issue in this regard, it tends more to be into the adult community. I think we're doing a much better job with early intervention. We just heard from Commissioner Turner a few minutes ago about those programs. But I guess my question is more on the other end of that spectrum, where you have people who have not been served, but they're adults. We're not going to find them through the school system, maybe through the medical community or through health. But again, that was the group that I'm trying to figure out how we're actually actively recruiting, if that's the right word.
It's true. It's the hardest group by far, because it does become isolating when you're a full-time caregiver and then you're starting to age yourself. And so the Commission on Aging and Disability is a really important partner of ours. And I'll also bring this back to make sure that we keep really proactively brainstorming on this.
Thank you. Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here and everything that y'all do. I understand that y'all work with a lot of different agencies in the state, local realm, as well as private organizations, specifically with some programs such as Options, ECS Choices, and the Early Intervention System. What does the council see as the biggest challenge facing the state when expanding these programs? This is my first part of my question.
I really think Chair Lady Hazelwood just hit on it. It's helping people know that it exists. When we make program changes, it takes years for that information sometimes to get to the people who need it. I think we can be so proud that our state, all of our state agencies, certainly DIDD is leading the way, have really invested in communications staff and using social media and using the tools that historically government hasn't always been on the forefront of using. And we certainly do that from our organization. We've put a renewed focus with both Pathfinder and with our own team. So I think that will help us, but I think it's always going to be our biggest challenge.
Representative Gillespie.
And I understand that. Thank you. Just to shift to the back end of that, I guess. Once we get communication out there and people are aware of what their options are, do you see that there's enough healthcare providers in this field, in the state, to serve these individuals once they are identified and working with us?
I think we're in a crisis right now where we don't have enough. I'll be honest and say that. I think we know that as a state government, and I think we're throwing everything we can at it. When I go to meetings with our sister state agencies, I can tell that everyone's aware of that. There are initiatives underway, but I do think nationally it's something our whole nation is grappling with.
Representative Gillespie.
Last follow-up, I promise.
Please.
So taking that, is there best practices that you can point to other states? Because you said you're working with sister agencies in other states, but then you're also saying, which I agree with, there is a national problem with all healthcare providers. What are y'all doing? What are y'all hearing?
I welcome this question because it's a really fascinating one that I think if there was an answer, we wouldn't be having this problem. I don't think there's a silver bullet, but I think raising pay, investing in the pipeline are two things that everyone's aware of. I think perhaps what's undervalued, but we think is really, really important is professionalizing those fields. So the recognition of people from paraprofessionals in schools to direct support professionals with the adults to people who work in nursing homes, it's just often so undervalued. And so to the extent that we can recognize and value those positions, I think would go a long way.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Piercy and your team, thank you so much for the work that you've done for many years, and congratulations on your new appointment. I see Dr. Lisa Johnson Neese on the handout that you gave us, my constituent in Greene County, works for Tusculum University. She does a great job. So
Yes, sir.
tell me, as we brainstorm about ideas, one of the biggest challenges, and we heard this from Commissioner Turner early from DIDD, one of the biggest challenges for independence is transportation.
Yes.
How can we work within the system to better the transportation challenges that we've got? And is there some type of public-private partnerships? Are there folks that we can reach out to? And I'll suggest every county across the state that we may be able to create some partnerships to help folks get to work. If you could elaborate on that, please.
Yes. One of the things we worked on, because this bubbled up to the top about 2 years ago, we worked with Department of Transportation, and then Senator Massey and Representative Dan Howell carried a bill to create the first ever in the nation, Office of Accessible Transportation here at TDOT. That, I think, is the foundation of how we solve this issue, because I think it's a government coordination issue. I think that there's a lot of programs scattered throughout our government to tackle this issue, and having one entity able to coordinate it, both within state government, but with the HRAs, with the local partners that can pull in community partners. Sometimes it's about, I think, getting those groups together in an organized way, helping them know what they can draw on from the state and federal funding, and explaining how to unpack all of those rules and regulations. So we think there's a huge step forward here in Tennessee that we can build on from creating that office a few years ago. And we thank you all for passing that bill.
Chairman Wendell.
How many families are on the waiting list?
For employment and community first choices, I have not seen firm numbers. I've seen the same numbers you probably have, which are about 5,000, and the proposal to reduce it in half is about 2,000.
So what is the plan as we go forward to try to accommodate the 5,000 families who don't have services?
I think the proposal that Commissioner Turner talked about a few minutes ago is really exciting. The MAPS program that would target youth, including youth on the waiting list with transition services, would be huge. I think we can do a better job connecting people on the waiting list to Pathfinder, which means you can look for services that aren't necessarily Medicaid services, but might meet your needs while you're waiting. And I think the family support program that DIDD runs, which you can get while you're on the waiting list, has been a lifeline.
Final question, follow-up. So what is your message to the families who've been waiting on the waiting list for 20 years? I mean, what do you say to those families?
I say, we are here with you. We want you to connect with us. We can help you through Pathfinder connect to things that might help meet your needs while you're on the waiting list. And that now is the best time in many years to be on that waiting list because of the proposal to reduce the waiting list by so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Director, thank you all for being here. There's again, there's a lot of passion on this committee for this whole subject area, and we're making sure that we're doing our best as a state to take care of the most vulnerable Tennesseans in a way that, serves them well and allows them the dignity of work, if possible, and if not, the dignity of staying in their own home for as long as possible. I mean, all of those things are, I think, critically important to people's mental health and a number of other things. So we thank you for your part in doing that. I look forward to, I'm going to check out your website, and I figure if I can navigate it, then I'm going to feel good that most other people could as well, and find different services. So again, we're excited to hear that is up and running and
thank you.
Reformatted, and perhaps in because I tried once before and I got very lost very quickly. So
I'm so glad. I am so anxious to hear all of your feedback. Truly, it's always a work in progress.
All right, well, thank you all again for being here, and thank you for the work that you do for the Tennesseans that need your services and the families that love them. So
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
We are running a bit ahead, members, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we will hear, that will allow you to get your coffee, although you're not going to need it because Commissioner Williams is next, and she will wake everybody right up. But 5-minute break. Commissioner, we ask you and your staff, whoever is going to be presenting, to come to the upfront tables, please, unless you want to present from there. And welcome to Commissioner Williams and her team from the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. And I have promised them that anybody who was, kind of drifting off, needing a little nap, that you would do all in your power to wake us up. And I know you can do it. So, Commissioner, in all sincerity, everybody, obviously everything that we do in state government's important. Hopefully it is, or we wouldn't be doing it. But the things that we're touching on today, working with people who have the most severe problems and issues, oftentimes through no fault of their own, and any of us could be in those shoes at any time or have family members who are. And I just want to say up front how grateful we are for the work that you and your team do and for your leadership. I know you have a passion for it, and you've been laboring in these vineyards for a very long time. So just thanks up front. And with that, we will ask you to go through your presentation.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chair Lady Hazelwood, Vice Chairman Baum, as well as the distinguished members of this very important committee. It's truly a pleasure to appear before you today on this Valentine's Day, a day that we celebrate love. Please know that we are going to present this budget request with open hearts and with love, and also in a humble manner. So I want to recognize at the table with me Deputy Commissioner Matt Yancey. To the left, Jean Wood, who's our budget director. On the table to the right, Ty Thornton, who is our chief of staff. And then next to him is Heather Gunderson, who is our deputy commissioner. In the audience, we are grateful to have members of our department leadership, as well as representatives from our amazing community provider network. They are located, as all of you know, across this great state. We continue to be grateful for their dedication, their support, and most importantly, their provision of life-changing and life-saving services, especially today. If you look at the first slide that goes over our mission and our vision, you'll recognize our mission, which is creating the collaborative pathways to resiliency and recovery and independence for Tennesseans who are living with mental illness and substance use disorders. And our vision continues to be a state of resiliency, recovery, and independence in which all Tennesseans living with mental illness and substance use disorders thrive. As a department, we value, on the next slide, the ability to remain customer-focused. We have integrity in all that we do. We continue to serve with an inspired purpose. We strive for excellence, and we seek to embody compassionate and effective leadership. We look for solutions and outcomes-oriented ways in which to respond to our needs. And last but not least, we value partnership. If you'll turn to the next slide, I wanted to go back to our data. As you know, that's what drives our decision-making, what we ask for funding for each year. You'll see the prevalence of serious mental illness among adults, and you'll see that over the last 2 years, we have had tremendous spikes in anxiety and depression. At times, it's been reported that more than 40% of Tennesseans have struggled with either depression or anxiety. And if you look in this room, that's about 1 out of 2 individuals. You know that these numbers that we look at represent the most severely, persistently mentally ill. And if you break it down by payer source, we estimate that just under 43,000 Tennesseans are experiencing severe mental illness who are uninsured. We're proud to report, because of the dollars that you have given us each year, that we actually have been able to serve a little under 40,000 Tennesseans through that adult safety net that you fund for us. Do the math and you'll see that that's 3,000 individuals that we've not been able to serve. However, these numbers are based on prevalence that have not incorporated the recent spikes in anxiety and depression, and we're waiting for the CDC to issue those numbers. Turning next to the estimated prevalence of substance use disorder, the gap is much wider there. Looking at that same slice of uninsured Tennesseans living with substance use disorder, you'll see that that number is actually 52,000. And with all of the resources that you and Governor Lee have given us, we still have more than 32,000 individuals that are not able to receive services that are uninsured. And that number is growing. If you'll turn to the next slide, mental health and substance use services current day statistics. If you look at this, it's very, very disheartening because we've put so many dollars into our system to serve the needs of Tennesseans. On the left, you'll see overdose deaths from all substances over year to year, with a 45% increase from 2019 to 2020. In yesterday's Tennessean, if you had a chance to read it, the front page said, "No parent should ever have to deal with this or suffer this." A young woman who was a high school senior, graduating with honors, was at a party. Someone gave her a pill. She thought it was something different than what it was, and it was laced with fentanyl, and she died. We've had a 45% increase in death and overdose. On the right, you see the data tracking symptoms of depression or anxiety. As you know, the typical prevalence is only 20%, but as I said, we've gone up to 40 to 45% in the last 2 years. So that turns us to our budget request that we are here today to ask you to support. Our largest item in the governor's budget is much needed support, which will help address workforce issues faced by our mental health and substance use providers. And let me tell you, they are struggling. If you have not talked to them, let me tell you that this past week, Chief of Staff Ty and I went to East Tennessee. We talked to both community providers as well as inpatient hospital providers. They're struggling with anywhere from a 25 to a 35% vacancy problem. 25 to 30% vacancy problem. And then you add on top of that the increase in issues that we have to address. If you'll also look at that rate increase of the 17.9 million, you'll know that we're asking for that also because our providers in many instances have gone without increases in their budget. Some from 2005 that actually offer the behavioral health safety net, and then others who offer substance use services, no increase in their cost of living since 2009. We very, very much hope that you will endorse this. It's a request that we not only made, but our brothers and sisters at TennCare are making. Because of the work that Deputy Commissioner Yancey did this summer with TennCare, we were able to put together a workforce report that each of you will get once it's printed. You've gotten it already electronically, but you'll see how high this need is. The next piece that we'll turn to is our second request in this budget, which is $6 million recurring to expand our substance abuse clinical treatment services. As mentioned in the prevalence slides, we have 32,000 individuals that we're not able to serve. This will allow us to serve an additional 2,460 individuals each year. So that means each year that we get people into recovery, we get them into treatment, they have that ability to move on and help others get into recovery and treatment. With your support with item number 3, we would like to add $1 million in recurring funding for our addictions recovery program. While treatment is paramount, we also know that wraparound services that allow individuals to sustain in recovery after treatment are extremely important. These numbers would be served at 1,798 individuals each year. Item 4 is one that we're very proud of, the Creating Jobs Initiative. Mark Liverman is our director of this area, and he has done such an awesome job in working with the Department of Human Services. You'll note that we're asking for $900,000, but let me tell you that will pull down a 4-to-1 match. $4 to R1. And we'll be doing that with our partners at the Department of Human Services, who will draw down those dollars. We know that this will allow us to serve up to 740 additional Tennesseans that are struggling with severe mental illness to get into jobs that can give them a living wage and their families a living wage. We also know that this will allow us a 75% expansion of the current people that we serve. You all know how important job creation is and the workforce development. People living with behavioral health challenges want to work. They have a great desire to contribute to our society. This will allow them to have that feeling and not just want to do it, but be able to do it. In item 5, we're proposing $550,000. This will go to the Morgan County Residential Treatment Facility that many of you know about. Some have visited. And we are very, very hopeful, as I know Judge Norman is, that those dollars will be included. Item 6 is very much needed IT support. We did a research review of our IT staff compared to other departments' IT staff, and we are woefully underfunded. I'm grateful for these funds to be added. They will go to the Department of F&A because that's who our IT staff are actually funded under. And this will allow us to bring on more people to increase our ability to continue to provide great web-based real-time service delivery. And then the final increase in this proposed budget is $1,225,000. This amount represents the tax revenue that's collected from internet sports betting based on the law that you passed. This non-recurring amount will pay for grants to develop and establish treatment programs for individuals that are struggling with sports gambling. If you go to the next slide, you'll look at our supplemental funding request for FY22. We have none. If you go to the next slide, reductions to our base budget, I'm grateful to report that there are none. If you'll go to the next slide, the FY23 capital or operating improvements, Chair Lady Hazelwood. How many years have we talked about the rebuild of Moccasin Bend Mental Health Institute?
Well, I have been here for 8 years now, and it's been on the agenda for all of those. I can't speak to how many decades prior to, but a very long time.
A very long time, and we're excited about this on Valentine's Day, the day of love. We're able to present to you a budget that includes earmarked dollars for the rebuild of Moccasin Bend Mental Health Institute. This money is in the finance and administration budget, as you guys have been told, but I'm proud to say that that $276 million, that if that's the price tag that we need, we will have those dollars to rebuild Moccasin Bend Mental Health Institute. And I could not be more happy about that. If you look at the next slide, any anticipated loss of one-time funding, thankfully, no, we don't anticipate any loss of funding. And then finally, the status of our programs receiving federal COVID relief funding. I've asked Deputy Commissioner Yancey to go over this as he has toiled heavy and mighty with our team, Assistant Commissioner Cotterman and Assistant Commissioner Sloss, to make sure that we're using these dollars to their fullest ability. Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've been fortunate since March of 2020 to receive additional federal funds to supplement the work that we do around prevention, treatment, and recovery support. We received an initial grant, I believe in April of 2020. That's the COVID-19 Behavioral Health Care Response Grant. Shortly thereafter, we received another SAMHSA grant to fund what we call Project Rural Recovery, recognizing that certain communities, you've got to go where people are, underserved rural communities. So we stood up 2 mobile clinics since the pandemic started to reach those underserved communities, providing integrated care. We've also received significant increases to our mental health block grant and our substance abuse prevention and treatment block grant. These are all time-limited funds. but they are going a long way in supporting our provider network and reaching communities that we've had some challenges to serve in the past. And it's all really driven by COVID-19 and addressing what we know have been exacerbated symptoms of mental illness and substance use since March of 2020.
So to conclude, we are grateful for your leadership. We're grateful for your support. We know this process is never easy, and we know that there are many deserving programs and other services that you have to grapple with to decide what to fund. However, we want you to know that we're committed to making the most of every dime you give us. We do that day in and day out with our provider network that is represented here today. And we also want you to know that we will take these dollars, we'll draw down every federal dollars we can so that we can serve the citizens of our state who are struggling day in and day out with mental health and substance use issues. We're excited that our providers can use these funds and make a difference in our communities. So with that, Chair Lady Hazelwood, we're ready for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. You never disappoint. There's a lot of great information in here. Commissioner Yancey, just to go back, you mentioned these are time-limited funds, the very last slide. And have they all of these funds, we've expended those? Are there any funds to follow?
Right. So Chairman Hazelwood, so we have a certain amount of time for each grant. So the block grant funds that we've received, the supplemental block grants under the Consolidated Appropriations Act, as it stands now, we have until March of 2023 to expend all of those dollars. We are getting feedback from SAMHSA that they're likely to approve a no-cost extension year. So we'll have another year to use those dollars. The more recent supplemental block grant funds that we have received have been through the American Rescue Plan, and we have until 2025 to expend those dollars.
So the CARES money, those dollars have had to be expended, but we do have the American Rescue Plan and some other monies that will continue through several
Yes,
budget
ma'am.
cycles.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It wasn't clear to me looking at the dates on the slide, what the spend down dates were. So thank you. First on my list is Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You were talking about the sports gaming, and I specifically want to hone in on the addiction treatment that's getting ramped up. The proposed budget includes $1.25 million from the sports gaming fund for that purpose. Can the department provide details for us specifically on how this treatment program is going to be instituted? And also, is it going to be in all 95 counties or regionally, or how's that going to play out? Thank you.
Thank you so much for asking about that. As you know, this is the first time that we are receiving this amount of funding to focus on this area. We have worked with our providers across the state who see people that are struggling with sports gambling, even in our current treatment programs that focus on substances. As I've said before, an addiction is an addiction. And if you can help people get into that pathway of recovery, you're doing a good thing. At this moment, our team will be working with TADIS, who's represented here today, the Executive Director, Mary Linden, as well as the Sports Gambling Commission. I believe there's a commission, I don't know if I've got the name correct, to determine the best way to distribute those dollars.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And along those lines, when you're dealing with addictions, I've been told some people have addictive personalities, if you will. So you might have multiple addictions. And so if you can kind of walk us through if you prioritize those or if the treatment is the same, or how does that work?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So in this field, we have what's called an Asam Criteria. It's an addiction services ability to consistently assess people that come in based on their presenting problems. So it's a questionnaire. It's not really long, but it lets you see what's going on in that person's life, both historically around any kind of substance or other type of addiction, as well as where they're at today. Depending upon what that criteria says, there's like a roadmap. It tells you as a clinician, here's what you should try first. So some people might come to you and they've just started taking drugs and they're concerned that it may turn into an addiction. That person, you're going to have a completely different treatment path than somebody that comes in and says, hey, I've been doing drugs since I was 13 years old. I've lost my children. I've lost my job. And I cannot stop taking whatever this substance is. That person would be offered 12-step recovery, detox, inpatient, residential. So again, there's a continuum, and that clinician uses ASAM criteria to determine what do I do with this person, because it's very much person-based. So I hope that answers your question.
Representative Sexton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, you've receiving $6 million in reoccurring funds for the clinical treatment. My question is, how are you going to use those funds? Will you take the services that you're now providing and offer them more additional funds, or will you try to maybe set up additional departments to expand the services to new locations across the state?
Thank you so much for asking that. So we've put in our information that we would serve an additional 2,460 Tennesseans. And what we would do is take the current continuum of care treatment process that we fund across the state with our providers that are all across the state, and they would get more funding. It would be a portion based upon what they currently get. So if you're getting 1 million, you will get a portion that might be different than if you're getting 500,000. And our dollars are also focused on what the research says about where the highest need is in our state. So those are the two ways in which it would be apportioned.
And where is that highest need?
If you look at the state and you see where we started with the opioid epidemic, you'll see that the highest need is in East Tennessee, followed by Middle, then coming close behind West. If you look at other type substances like heroin, you'll see a different pattern there. But at this moment, we're seeing really, really high needs in Upper East Tennessee, Nashville, Chattanooga, Memphis, followed by the rural West.
Have you identified the core reason for those particular areas?
There are several books that have been written about why East Tennessee was the mega of the opioid epidemic. And what you'll see is that people say, number one, a lot of the coal miners that are in that area were preyed upon and were sort of targeted to sell them pain pills. And to get them on that from their doctors. Doctors had no idea that what they were doing was going to lead to addiction, because no one said, hey, this is an addictive substance. And so once you start on what's considered a prescription, and then that prescription comes into I'm addicted, and then you can't get what you need because doctors started learning, hey, this is an addictive substance. Those are the main things that people are saying. If you talk to Director Roush, who I talked to this weekend, we're also seeing huge push of fentanyl coming in from Mexico all across our state. I hope that you guys will support his budget to hire more staff, because he needs them to really help in this arena.
One more question, if that'd be okay, Madam Chair.
Certainly.
What would you say the percentage of the success of your program is? And I know you said you've had, over 2,000 patients. What would you consider a percentage of that as success?
Thank you for asking that. When you look at recovery courts, so like a lot of the things we fund are different interventions. So for example, recovery courts, which are treatment that keep people in treatment longer, that percentage of success of people not going back into the criminal justice system's right around 65%. That's amazing. If you look at the treatment programs that we provide that are considered the continuum of care, that differs. And when we look at what is success, it's like you got to stay in the program so we can count you as a success. And at this moment, I would say we're running around 50% to 60% with that. I think that's what our data would say.
Good. Thank you.
Speaking of recovery courts, in the budget, there's the Morgan County Residential Recovery Court that's funded. Can you tell me how many of these we have currently in the state and how many are, I think you have to have a judge, you have to have some willing partners. How many others might be approaching readiness to be a part of that?
Absolutely. So the Morgan County is a residential recovery court that's able to serve up to 80 men at one time. If you look at our residential recovery courts, you'll see that not in addition to Morgan County, we support the DC program here in Nashville. We don't fund it fully, but we support that. And then you'll note that we're about to open the Women's Residential Recovery Court that Judge Norman and his team is working on that will be here in Nashville. It serves all women from across the state. And then finally, we're looking at an East Tennessee Residential Recovery Court. We have not yet issued the announcement of funding. We had it issued in December, and then we took it off, and we're reissuing it in this spring time. So we'll have a fourth residential recovery court.
Well, with the numbers that you mentioned, 65%, then that's certainly worth the time and the investment if we
It
can
absolutely is.
keep those people out of the court system and hopefully being productive members of society. And Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with your permission, I have 3 questions. First question is, thank you, Commissioner, for being here, and really do thank you for all the work that you do. I know you do good work for us down in West Tennessee at Western Mental Health and all, and we thank you for that. How many adults are receiving care through the behavioral safety net?
Yes, sir. Right at 40,000.
Okay, and along with that, can the department provide an update on the state of the children's behavioral safety net and how many children are receiving the care?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking about that. As you guys know, this got awarded during COVID. And so that first year wasn't great because our ways in which to contact kids weren't happening because they weren't in schools where we would go and do what we would do. But I'm excited to tell you that in this last year, or this fiscal year rather, we're looking at potentially serving 1,000 kids that are uninsured through the Kids Safety Net. Think about that. 1,000 kids uninsured who would not have had coverage and didn't know that they would be able to get their services covered through the Kids Safety Net. So that's where we're at right now.
Now, I guess the harder question today comes from an isolated case that we had, and I've been in the legislature for almost 22 years, and I don't think I ever really got the real answer to this one, and that is, we had an isolated case where a young man who had some mentally challenges were murdered at a bank teller. He was approaching a gentleman who was getting some cash, and of course the gentleman didn't know that, so the gentleman shot him, killed him, and this young man had been through the process of being picked up, carried for treatment, but because he was 18, once he thought he felt better, he could choose on his own to get out, etc. The process that we normally go through. Are there any new ideas as to how we can deal with those people who we know need help, but we just kind of go day by day and let them do what they do, and then something like that happen? I guess my question is, if there is a question, what can we do for those people? Because if they don't commit a crime, you can't keep them locked up. They can make their own choices about treatment and so forth. Can you talk a little bit about what can be done in a case like that? Or maybe we done something wrong in the system. I don't know.
Well, yes, sir. We serve about 40,000 of those people every year through our provider network. So, as you know, each person that's struggling with mental health issues has the right to say they don't want to take their medicine. That's what our current law says. You can't force them to take medicine. However, if you look at the programs that we are funding that you guys have supported since that 20-year ago issue that you brought up, crisis stabilization units, where a person can walk in. And I can't tell you how many people that I've talked to that I'd say, go to the walk-in center right now. Get your friend, get your parent, get your brother, sister, mother, father, take them to the walk-in, and they get served right then. That's one thing we're doing. Second thing that we're doing is expanding our peer support. So consumers who actually have been there and done that can talk to people who in the past might not have considered coming into treatment, but because a peer, someone that says, hey, I've got schizophrenia and I'm doing well, and let's talk about my path. Those are two of the biggest things that we're doing in addition to the safety net, which if you had not funded that, 40,000 Tennesseans that would have had no access or means to get treatment for severe persistent mental illness. So those are the three things that I would say.
Just one other quick question. Tell me about the crisis center, because this person went through all of that. So if they refuse, that's where I am. If they refuse to get help at the crisis center, what can be done, if anything? Because there again, all of these steps had been taken, and this person just simply refused help.
So what I would say there is the more that we educate people that are friends and family of individuals that are struggling with mental health issues, and they know how to respond when they see their friend or family not take medication, and help them, because all you're going to do is keep doing the same cycle unless somebody that cares about you says, I'll go with you. So what we can do is continue our education efforts around what do you do when you know someone that's struggling with mental health and they say, I don't need the treatment anymore. You do everything you can to get them back into treatment. And that's all I can tell you under these current laws that we have. You can't force somebody unless they're a danger to themselves or others. And I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Yancey, he really is my main person on community behavioral health. Anything you would add?
Well, Representative, the case you reference, I think, is involving a young adult, and I will say we get asked a lot to talk about mental health and the populations that have really struggled recently, and the young adult population by far is the population that I think has most struggled with mental health and substance use issues over the past few years. I think, as the commissioner said, we've got a hyper focus on that relationship between behavioral health and the justice system, and we're continuing to put more resources to help our partners in local law enforcement better support people that they come across with mental health issues. One of the proposals that we've put forward to the Fiscal Accountability Group with the state's ARP funding is to expand the number of crisis stabilization units in the state, looking at areas that currently lack those resources. We're continuing to invest in crisis intervention teams. We've seen a lot of success with that model, especially in that it's a homegrown model there in Memphis. We're seeing more communities do co-response models. I think just yesterday I read about a new co-response model happening in Murfreesboro, where you've got a clinical social worker riding along with local law enforcement to intervene there on the spot. So those were just some things that I would add that we are trying to do as a department in supporting local communities, because we know one of the unfortunate realities is that someone with a mental health issue, a common symptom is an interface with law enforcement. And we are continuing to do what we can to keep those individuals out of jail and help them get into treatment.
And one other thing I'd add, I'm glad you brought that up, is our faith-based initiative. Many people are in a faith community, and often faith leaders don't know what to do if someone's exhibiting behavior that they're not accustomed to. And so under Dr. Monty Burks, who I know many of you have met, we are training and teaching faith-based lay leaders, pastors, anybody across this state in order for them to know how to handle and how to respond to a person struggling with mental health, because sometimes whoever they are going to church with might be able to help with that as well.
Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner and your team, I just want to thank you for your hard work on mental health and substance abuse. I was at a seminar at MTSU on Friday, and the speaker informed us that the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45 is fentanyl and fentanyl overdoses. The presenter told us that according to the CDC, since the year 2020, I guess the last couple of years, there have been more deaths in this age range, 18 to 45-year-olds, due to fentanyl overdoses than the next four combined, which are car accidents, suicides, COVID deaths, and cancer. So I guess that suggests if you want to extend your life staying off fentanyl, or things that might be laced with fentanyl will have a greater impact than lots of other things like eating foods that don't taste good. Anyone, I want to ask you a couple of questions about the Moccasin Bend project and the renovations. In this last year's budget, there's about $5 million that has been allocated towards some repairs, electrical work. Can you give us an update on how that's going?
I absolutely can. I'd like to ask Deputy Commissioner Gunderson, who oversees that part of our department, if you'd be willing to give some updates on that.
That are just for basic maintenance. And of course, with this funding, it'll take several years to rebuild the facility. So with a hospital that has to be open 24/7, obviously we have to roll those projects to do them where we can still serve patients all of the time. So that's just part of our typical maintenance and updates, and it wouldn't have any impact on having a replacement project, but those are going just as they typically do. I can send a report, though, if interested, to this group of the status of all of those projects that are currently in process and things that are about to be undertaken, if that would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
I think that'd be great. And then as you've mentioned, the Moccasin Bend rebuild has been allocated several $100 million.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a sense of the timeline for when that project's going to, I guess, be completed, or when it might begin?
If Chair Lady Hazelwood were doing it, it'd be completed by July. But and I wish we could have it done by July. And I'm joking around with y'all. Okay, so the timeline, it is our hope, right now we're looking at different ideas to actually build it. Many of you have probably heard about Mayor Kelly's idea that's been presented to us and different options there. We're looking at that, talking about that. I would love to see it rebuilt within the next year and a half. That is what I would love to see happen. I can't promise that because, as y'all know, right now is a really hard time to get people to work anywhere and to build things. And we're competing with other projects that are being built. But if we could do it, I'd like to have it done in a year and a half from when we get the funding.
And I guess during that time, the existing structure will still be able to provide services?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and maybe one final question. What would be the change in capacity for the number of people that could be served if you compare the current facility to the rebuild?
Yes, sir. Right now, we're at 165, and what's slated is the 200 that we have talked about. So that would be the increase in capacity.
Okay, thank you.
And you're absolutely right, Commissioner. If you and I were in our power, that would happen much sooner than later, because to a point made earlier, we're continuing to that facility has to remain open. There's a tremendous need for it. So we're continuing to, pardon my analogy, throw money down a rat hole with maintenance and that sort of thing. So the sooner that we can get into a new facility, then the better it is for Tennessee taxpayers and those people who need that facility. Leader Camper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. On page
me see what page that is. 4, where you talk about the prevalence of serious mental illness, and you pretty much say about 10% of the population, adult population. And this was in 2019.
Yes.
So I imagine that number is increased tremendously after
Yes.
the pandemic. Could you, for the people that are listening and tuning in via stream, tell us how you define serious mental illness?
Absolutely. So when you look at mental illness, there's a book that we use called the DSM. It's a diagnostic statistician's manual, and it's about that thick. And it has every manner of mental illness that you can think of across individuals that are struggling. But when we look at serious mental illness, you're looking at a few things. Number one, major depression. Depression that's so debilitating that a person can't get up, doesn't want to get up and go in and do anything because they are dealing with a horrible, horrible depression. Second one would be anxiety, major anxiety, any kind of form of that. Again, so debilitating that individuals are afraid and can't function in their world. The third one is around cognitive disorders, things like schizophrenia, things like schizoaffective disorder. These are areas in which a person is really having a hard time thinking and a hard time hearing. They often have auditory hallucinations telling them things. They'll have visual hallucinations, seeing things, and to them, they're very real. And then finally, you look at mood disorders like bipolar, things in which people have a chemical imbalance, and one day they're feeling like they can take on the world and do things that are not characteristic of that person. And then the next day, so deep into depression that they can hardly think. So when you look at what we mean by severe mental illness, those are the 4 kind of severe mental illnesses, and then the derivatives from those that actually we're talking about.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. And I know over the past several years, we've talked about there being, I guess for lack of a better term, like a shortage of mental health professionals, psychologists, psychiatrists, and the like. Have you seen any kind of increase in people coming into the profession, or have the numbers went down, or how do we look as it pertains to mental health professionals?
It does not look good. As I said, Deputy Commissioner Yancey led this work group. We have so much data in this book that you will get to see where we're at in this state. But in every major area of counselor, social worker, therapist, psychiatrist, nurse practitioner, we have vacancies. You know, as I said, when I talked about the 25 to 30% vacancy rate that our providers are dealing with, we're having a hard time. And I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Yancey, do you want to add anything from your leading the group?
Leader, I think, to the question, the earlier question about serious mental illness, these are individuals, as the commissioner was saying, who have the most debilitating brain disorders, often which require more than just clinical treatment. They require housing support, employment support. These are individuals who have lost connection with their family, and can be the most challenging to treat and to work with. And I think that has naturally lended itself to the workforce issue that we're dealing with among provider burnout. It's a hard population to treat. But I think over the summer last year, as the commissioner said, we did convene a work group with the other main payer for the public behavioral health system, that being TennCare. And it was a group that consisted of provider organizations, advocacy organizations, local colleges and universities. And I think that work group really came up with some ideas that we know will impact the public behavioral health workforce in a positive way. One of those ideas obviously is related to the provider rate increase, recognizing that we're going to have to figure out a way to pay these professionals more funding to where it's commensurate to the population that they're charged to serve.
Thank you, Matt.
Madam Chair? Okay, thank you. What about telemedicine? Has that helped in terms of helping people? Have you
Yes,
seen
ma'am.
some success rate, people accepting of it? Or they feeling a little hesitant about the telemedicine part of it?
Let me tell you how awesome our providers are. Our providers turned on a dime and went from offering mainly in-person services to telemedicine when we were dealing with the highest impacts of COVID. If you look at our safety net services during that highest amount of COVID impact, 80% of the services were delivered through telemedicine, 80%. So yes, we're excited about telemedicine and its help. So appreciate you asking that question.
One last question, Madam Chair. Thank
Last
you.
question.
Yes,
Lady
ma'am. Your $900,000 for creating jobs initiatives. I know you're in 37 counties. Will this money go to expand into more counties or just do more work in those counties?
This will go to expand the counties that we're offering services in, expand the people that can actually benefit from these services. As I said, it'll be a 75% increase from where we are today. So yes, ma'am, we will expand.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And to tag on to one of Leader Camper's questions, I was delighted that the governor has in his budget the provider rate increases. I know from talking my shortages during this pandemic, but they have, the sad thing is they have beds available and they have people who need the treatment, but the staff is there. And one of the big issues is because these folks can make much more in the private sector and they're having very difficult time both attracting and retaining. So hopefully that will help those organizations like CADIS to get more personnel in and to utilize fully the bed resources and the other things that they do have, which are still, given the population and the really truly horrendous increase, it's still, we're going to be short, but we'll be less short if we can get more folks involved. Next on my list, Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioner. Good to see you today. You and your team do a fantastic job and have long appreciated your hard work and working with you on mental health and drug addiction issues.
Thank you.
I want to focus more on the latter of that just for the next couple of questions here. Your office has provided to me every single year since I've been in the legislature, the number of folks that go to inpatient treatment for substances. And it's just one of those things I think we should all look at very carefully because it shows different trends that hopefully we can help at the state level to be able to combat. In 2015, the number of folks that went for inpatient treatment for opioid addiction was 4,219. For alcohol addiction was 3,736. And for cannabis addiction, which apparently on Facebook and in the public at large, they claim doesn't exist, 1,604 people went in for inpatient treatment. So in 2020, just 2 years ago, so in a 5-year span from 2015 to 2020, those that went to inpatient treatment, in which, again, the state had a hand in, lots of private providers out there that we didn't. But for opioids, now, mind you, 4,219 for opioid addiction in 2015. Now, members, hear these numbers if you haven't seen them. 10,889 in a 5-year span, more than doubled for opioid addiction. Marijuana passed methamphetamines and alcohol as the drug of choice for folks that are seeking inpatient treatment. It went from 1,604 folks in inpatient treatment in 2015 to 6,767, a 400% increase. Methamphetamines, basically, which were way down the list at 878 in 2005 or 2015, jumped to third at 6,600, with alcohol just under that at 6,530, almost a double from 5 years before. So, Commissioner, here's my question. There's many things in this state that we are doing well and improving on. There's lots of things that I can mention where Tennessee is really knocking it out of the park. This is an area that over the last 5 years, we are losing substantial ground and lives to both opioid overdoses and addiction, and then the rest of these drugs as well, which again, it's just important to have a full conversation about. So here's my question. Why are these numbers the way they are? How do we combat them is kind of a second part to that. And then the third thing, what economic cost are we really looking at when it comes from, I think the number was roughly 13,000 people in 2015, jumps to almost 20,000 in 2020 with some very specific drugs. And the biggest increase is being in opioids and marijuana addiction. That's kind of my three questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for asking that. If you look at slide 5, and you look at our estimated prevalence of substance use disorder, in my opinion, this is why we're doing worse than we could be. We have a 32,000 person gap, and that's prior, as Leader Camper brought up, that's prior to us adjusting our numbers once we have NISDA data and CDC data. So if we don't have services to reach people that are uninsured, then how does that person know that there's a better way to live? How do they get off of a substance that they're addicted to? So that's the first thing I'd say. We can do better if we have the dollars to cover it. And I would tell you that our providers would tell you that as well. Also, we've got a really horrible workforce shortage. So along with having that gap of 32,000, which really is going to be higher once we get the CDC and NISDA data, we've got people that we can't hire to come in and work with people because it's the people working with the people, we're in the people working business, that actually make that difference. So those two things, in my opinion, have led to what we're seeing. Finally, Director Roush, who has done incredible work to try to expand his workforce to be able to find where fentanyl's coming in. I mean, if we can decrease the supply, that will also impact the demand. So I don't know if that answers everything you asked, but that's what I'd say.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just on that, does this increase of those that are actually receiving inpatient treatment, based on what you just said, if there's a 32,000 person gap, I'm assuming that's a wait list, that's folks that are not receiving treatment. No. Does this, somebody behind you shook their head no. What does that 32,000 number indicate? And is the increase in numbers here indicate a significant increase of those that are addicted? Or is it indicate a significant increase in those that we are funding to receive help?
So if you go back to the slide, what you'll see is that this is prevalence data, so it does not correlate with waiting list. Just because you have an addiction doesn't mean that you're going to be willing to seek help for that addiction. So it's prevalence. The other thing I'd say to you is if you look at the recent stats with the increase in anxiety and depression, there's also stats that are showing increase in drug use, but I don't have anything reliable to show you at this moment because we're waiting for the CDC NISDA data. What we do have is what our providers are reporting, which is what you're speaking from. This is what is being reported. I'll be glad when we get the other data so we can update our prevalence slides and be able to speak to that.
Well, Commissioner, thank you, and thank you for the work that you all do.
Absolutely.
Obviously, we need to make sure that you have the funding available because you've mentioned Director Roush several times. They do a fantastic job. But my hope would be that folks are able to seek addiction treatment for whatever substance that they are being treated for, that they have an addiction to long before they would enter to the criminal justice system. So cutting down on fentanyl is something that definitely law enforcement has to be involved in, but there's so many of these other substances that I hope folks are really seeking that treatment before they wind up in the criminal justice system, as many times happens. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner, and your team. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And as I listened to my colleagues' questions and comments, we are struggling in Tennessee, but this is certainly a national issue and something that every state, the country is dealing with and struggling with how we get our arms wrapped around this. So I appreciate that. In our insurance full committee last month, we had a discussion about mental health parity for insurance and trying to figure out where we are in terms of insurance being reimbursed, working additionally with our MCOs and TennCare to try to ensure that recognition of mental health illness as a disease is correlated with the funding that goes toward it. As you heard Vice Chair Baum mention earlier, goodness gracious, substance abuse is killing more people than disease and trauma in that 18 to 44 age group. So it's alarming to hear the numbers that we're hearing right there. I want to go back and we have certainly thanked the department and thanked our TennCare department as well for the provider rate increases that are proposed. I come to you saying that may not be enough. I'll be very frank. I think that we are in such a crisis situation that many of our providers are struggling and having to go out on a limb financially in order to continue those services that are being provided now. And I'm gravely concerned that we're not going to be able to meet the needs of our citizens in terms of having the workers there to take care of that. Is there any way that 17.9, almost $18 million, I would love to see us come up with something in the governor's amended budget to make that even greater. Is that anything we can look forward to? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I really appreciate you asking that. I will tell you that we are beyond excited for what the governor put in. $18 million is amazing, and it will go a very long way. It'll allow us to provide 10% increases if you look at that amount. I can also tell you that in talking with Deputy Governor Ely, he is very aware that the original request would really get us where we need to go. And so I stand behind the governor's budget, and I will tell you that next year we will ask for the remaining 10%, and it's my hope that will be included. I know that the governor's extremely supportive of this issue.
Thank you. And just to follow up, we support it as well. And I don't want to seem ungrateful at all. I just want to, sometimes reality stands right at that door and stares us down, and we've got to do something more. And this may be an instance where that has to happen in this moment. I appreciate the work that we can do this year. Look forward to the work that we can do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
One of the things kind of keeps me up at night being a state representative is our young people and the mental health crisis that's occurring not just in our state, but across the United States. I recently read that the number of teenagers 11 to 14 that do harm to themselves increased 40% over the last 2 years, whereas 11 to 14-year-olds was over 100%. Last year, the General Assembly focused on the Jason Foundation suicide prevention work. Matter of fact, the governor and Tennessee General Assembly set aside $250 million trust fund to deal with K-12 mental health issues. I actually lost one of my children last year, 11 years old, in the fall, took his own life. It is an unbelievable problem across our state. And so the question that I have for you is we set aside $250 million, the constitutionals, and I think the F&A commissioner responsible for distributing the funds from the proceeds of that trust fund to your department, as well in collaborating with K-12. I guess the question was, I didn't see anything in the budget this year. Is there not an expectation that those resources will be available, or was it something that we were going to defer a couple years to allow that investment to grow? Just wondered if you could comment on that. And I see David Thurman shaking his head with a big yes in the back, so he may bail you out there.
I did not realize my friend Dave was here. Good to see you, Director. First off, I'm very, very sorry about your loss. I did not know about that, and I'm extremely sorry. Secondly, what the governor did is he gave us that $6 million last year for kids services, because we knew that mental health trust fund, there would be time to establish it and then time to figure out the percentage that would be set aside or that money would be grown off of the base to be able to do services. So I'm pleased to tell you that the 6 million has already been allocated in funds out across the state. Things like increasing places where counselors can go and talk to kids in the school, things like doing tele-treatment in a school for kids, things like kids being greeted at the emergency department when they go there with behavioral health issues. There's a whole continuum of what our providers are doing across the state with that. When you look at the trust fund dollars, as Director Thurman knows, we're looking at those starting once we get that percentage and know that amount. And I think it's in 2023. Yes, sir. Thank you. 2023, 24 ramp up. I'm sorry, I didn't have my notes up here.
Thank you. Obviously, the General Assembly and the Governor's Office feel like this is really something that's extremely important. I think our children in schools and families across the state have been under just an inordinate amount of stress over the last couple of years. And this first investment is a fantastic one. And I look forward to seeing us roll those dollars out and make them come to fruition in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Faison, you're going to be the last questioner on our list. We're a little running a bit over time, but we'll ask. There are a couple other people who have questions. If you would get them to my office, we will get them to the department and get answers back to you. So Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick personal privilege. My Valentine actually just walked in, so she is watching this committee a little bit. Y'all make my wife feel welcome, please. Commissioner, thank you for being here. I was looking around the room and I realized that Chairman Williams and Representative Sparks and myself, our first year, we shorted the state budget on mental health. And we saw an exponential growth at our local jails. Remember that, Chairman Williams? It was bad. There's just a couple things I want to mention and encourage y'all on. First of all, thank you for doing what you do. Unfortunately, we're still at a place in America and Tennessee that people who struggle with mental health, it's very taboo. We look at people with a mental health issue and think that there's inherently something, as a society, we think, oh my, there's something wrong with them, or we don't know how to react. But I want to tell y'all in this committee, to me, this is one of those issues like somebody's got diabetes, somebody's got other issues that can be treated. They're struggling. And you know, we can go to church and raise our hand and say, we need to pray for so-and-so, they've got cancer. We need to pray so-and-so, they found this out. And that seems to be fine, but it's difficult to say, well, I want to ask prayer for this person because they're struggling emotionally. We need to accept the fact that we've got people who struggle mentally with their emotions. It's happened in my family. Y'all don't know this, but 9 years ago, my dad, all of the life I knew my dad, he struggled with bipolar. And my dad ended up taking his life 9 years ago. He never found help. But I just want to encourage us as a finance committee to know that this is very real. And the money that we put in, we will see a benefit from it. When we take money out, we see negative consequences. And our providers, such where I'm from, we have Helen Ross McNabb. Man, they're top notch. And they make a positive impact on my community. And Douglas Cherokee, they make a positive impact on my community. And the only way that's possible, committee, is by a public-private partnership. So I'm thankful for what y'all do, and I want to encourage us to explore other options, what else we can do to make sure we're fully funding your department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Faison.
Again, Commissioner, we always run over time with you because there's so much interest and so much appreciation for the work that you all do. And I don't think there's a person on this committee or in the legislature that hasn't been touched by mental health issues, substance abuse issues, directly or indirectly through a family member or a friend or somebody that we care about. So, and the numbers that you shared on the growth over with the pandemic, the additional needs for mental health assistance, they're pretty staggering. And as Chairman Faison has alluded to, I think it's a case of pay now or pay later. And if you pay later, it costs more. So that's something I would urge this committee to give thought to. But again, thank you for being here. Thank you for doing a great job for the state of Tennessee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. We're going to ask our folks from the Department of Children and Youth, Mr. Kennedy, the Executive Director, if you would come forward with your team, and we'll get underway and we'll try to get back on schedule. Pardon, we have a little movement here on the podium, so excuse us. We'll get settled. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for being here, and we're just going to ask you to go straight into your presentation. As I mentioned, we're running a bit behind, so we won't belabor your introduction and welcome, but just know you are very welcome, and we very much appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity, Madam Chair. As you said, my name is Richard Kennedy, and I have the great privilege to serve as the Executive Director of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth. Have several folks that are here with me today. To my left is Craig Hargrove, who serves as the Deputy Executive Director of the organization. To the right is Sherry Isom, who serves as the brains of the organization as Director of Finance and Operations. Also in the audience with us, we have Steve Petty, who is the Director of Statewide Partnerships, Kylie Graves, who's our Director of Communication, and we have a special guest with us, Lynn Fair, who is the Executive Director of the Tennessee CASA Association. As always, I'm excited to talk about the work of the Commission and share information about our budget with you all. And so I really have a couple of goals today. First, I want to remind you of some of the work that we do. Second, I want to remind you of our funding streams. Third is to talk with you about our efficiency plan. Fourth is to let you know about the cost increases we have. And as always, 5 is to be able to answer any questions that you have to the best of my ability. So as you all know, the Commission on Children and Youth is a very small state agency. We have 30 employees, 30 people on our team with an awfully big mission in that we lead systems improvement for all children, youth, and families through data-driven advocacy, education, and collaboration. And one of the things that I think is most unique about the Commission on Children and Youth is we have the great opportunity to partner with all of the state's child serving departments, many nonprofit and foundation organizations across the state. So we really work in the space from birth of a child all the way through young people aging out of the foster care system and entering into higher education. So the commission, like I said, is a little bit unique in that we are governed by a board of 21 members. Each of the members are appointed by the governor. And I'm very excited to let you all know that Governor Lee has appointed a new chair of the Commission on Children and Youth, and that is Judge Rob Filial, who is the juvenile court judge in Hamilton County, who is just an amazing man.
He's
And
a great
we're
guy.
so fortunate to be able to work with him and him help lead and guide the work that happens through the commission. So with the programs that we do at the Commission on Children and Youth, we have 9 regional councils on children and youth, one in each of the development districts in the state. For the majority of you, I would imagine this is where you touch the work that we do. We have almost 4,000 council members from across the state that come together to network, to create opportunities for you all and others to share information with those folks who are passionate about children's issues and improving outcomes for children, youth, and families in that particular part of the state. We are fortunate to partner with the Annie E. Casey Foundation to serve as the Kids Count partner in Tennessee. So I am certain you all have seen the Kids Count books with the data about how our children, youth, and families are doing. We also have a resource mapping project where we look at every state and federal dollar that's expended on a child in Tennessee, where those dollars are being expended, and the source of those dollars as well. We have a program that is Kids Central TN, that is a website that is a one-stop shop for children, youth, families, and other folks working with children and youth to get information about services provided, about opportunities in those regions, as well as just basic information, developmental milestones, work like that. We serve as the state advisory group for the Federal Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, and we administer the federal juvenile justice dollars in Tennessee and ensure compliance with the requirements to receive those dollars. We have a great partnership with our friends at the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to coordinate a council on children's mental health. We have a Second Look Commission that looks at children who have 2 or more indicated incidences of severe physical and sexual abuse. We have a Youth Transitions Advisory Council, a Home Visiting Leadership Alliance. We have an ombudsman program for children who are involved in the foster care system or relative caregiver placements. We have a Young Child Wellness Council, and we're really involved with a Tennessee strategy that is Building Strong Brains Tennessee, that is really meant to improve resilience and address trauma in communities across the state of Tennessee. As I mentioned, the 9 regional coordinators, this is the breakdown of the map where those folks are located. So would be happy to connect you with your regional coordinators if you haven't already done so. So at the Commission on Children and Youth, when I talk about our budget, we really do have 3 primary funding streams. So as you will see in the blue color, the largest percentage of our budget are direct state appropriations. In the yellowy green color, those are the federal dollars we receive for administering the federal juvenile justice dollars. And then in the orange category, that other, is that we receive money from the Annie E. Casey Foundation, and increasingly we have a variety of interdepartmental contracts with other state agencies to help support the funding of things, whether it is the Young Child Wellness Council, the Home Visiting Leadership Alliance, and et cetera. So with our proposed 1% savings or efficiency plan, 1% for us would be $37,100. And we think that if asked, we could get to that by reducing operational costs like travel, professional services, and the like. Obviously, I would be remiss if I didn't say any reduction from a budget as small as ours is painful, but that's how we could do it if asked. So this year we had 4 increases that we asked for. So the first one is an ask that I've had for you guys for the last couple of years, and that is to establish a children and youth contract manager position. So with our agency, we have a lot of dollars that flow through us, and we have numerous contracts. We have a very small fiscal shop. And so we would like to have one additional person to really help handle the contract parts of the work, but really to create some additional separation of duties in that finance shop to continue to effectively and efficiently administer the dollars and be accountable for those resources that are provided to us. The second request that we had was funding for the Kids Central website. As I mentioned earlier, that is a one-stop shop. Historically, that has been funded through interdepartmental contracts with all of the state child serving departments. And we're at a point with this where it would just be much more efficient for those dollars to be added directly to the commission's budget to be able to fund this ongoing website resource for folks. Another request that we had is one that you guys have heard me ask every time I sit in front of you, is for the maroon book that's the compilation on selected laws on children, youth, and families. It's a book that judges, attorneys, folks who are working directly with children and families in that legal setting have access to. I can't tell you the number of times I've heard judges say, this is so important, please do everything you can to keep this. I am so excited to let you know that the governor did include that in the budget this year. So if you guys choose to pass, you will not have to listen to me beg for that going forward. The fourth request that we had is, as I was talking about the Building Strong Brains Tennessee work, that is the strategy to prevent and mitigate adverse childhood experiences, but increasingly focus on building resilience in communities, children, and families. So with that work, we are at a point where we can benefit from having 3 additional staff, 1 person in each of the 3 grand divisions, to really be able to provide technical assistance to communities as they get to a point where they want to develop a strategic plan that works best for their city, for their county, for their neighborhoods, that those positions would be able to provide that support to help counties and cities be as successful as possible. Now, one of the things that I do want to share with you all that was a very, very pleasant surprise for us is that in the governor's budget, he did include an additional $5,457,300 to the commission's budget. And the purpose of those dollars are to expand the court-appointed special advocates, the CASA programs, all across the state. So as many of you know, CASA programs are local nonprofit organizations that really provide a voice for children as they are going through the court process. The people that are working with the children are volunteers. They are highly trained volunteers. Each of the organizations follow national CASA standards, and we're very fortunate in Tennessee to have a really qualified, incredible Tennessee CASA Association that helps with the quality assurance and expansion of that work. So there are still some details to be worked out with what exactly those dollars or how exactly those dollars will be used, but with the goal that it will be used to expand CASA programs all across the state of Tennessee, which is an incredible opportunity for us. So I think that is my 5 minutes, hopefully, but as always, I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you guys have. If I can't, we will certainly get information and come visit you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Kennedy. First of all, before we get into questions, I think Chairman Williams has asked for the microphone for a clarification.
Thank you. The previous department was here, mental health. I made a comment about 11-year-old. I said one of my kids. It's one of my kids in my district. I was asked several questions outside. It was not one of my children. It was 11-year-old in my district who took his own life in the fall. I appreciate everyone's concern, and I apologize for any miscommunication or misunderstanding. Thank you.
Again, to echo Commissioner Williams' comments, I'm sorry for your loss, even in your community. It's a big loss for your community.
With that, Chairman Hicks, you're first on my list for questions for Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and Director Kennedy. Thank you for being here along with your staff. What you ended with is what I want to begin with. So when we talk about expansion, of course, obviously with the looking at your budget, it's almost doubled. So obviously that raises some questions, and while I think you do great work, certainly in Hawkins County there in District 9, but I do have some questions regarding that expansion that I hope we can dive in just a little bit deeper.
Yes, sir.
So let's start with how many counties is CASA currently in?
So I just asked this question a couple of minutes ago. So, okay, so right now there are 57 total CASA programs across the state. Of those 57, 55 of the counties are currently receiving $22,000 apiece that flow through the commission. Obviously, the $22,000 is not enough to run the program, but it really is that needed seed money to help them raise other dollars. So the 2 other counties to get to 57, one is Memphis. Shelby County is a self-sufficient program. They don't accept the $22,000 from us. And then the next county is a little bit messy, and that is Granger County. So last year there was a budget amendment that was added to add funding for Granger County. The way that was written is that money went to the Tennessee CASA Association, who is contracting with Granger County. So we're hoping to clean that up this year. But to answer your question, there are 57 counties being served by CASA programs currently.
I saw Representative Sexton's ears perk up right then, so he may have some questions regarding that in just a second. So continuing on, staying with this particular subject. So what are some of the issues as you begin to expand that you see out in the counties? What are some of the barriers that you may come across?
Yeah, sure. So yes, sir. To be really clear, so the Tennessee CASA Association really does the work to expand into the program. So we have a good partnership with them. The dollars flow through the commission. But what I understand, so one of the most critical aspects to a CASA program being established or being successful is there has to be buy-in from the juvenile court judge in that county. So first is the juvenile court judge has to want a CASA program. The second thing that has to happen is obviously just the dollars needed to run a nonprofit, especially in some of our smaller, poor counties. It's difficult for them to raise the money to be able to pay a staff person to help with that work. Also, with CASA programs, the volunteers are really the critical part of the work. And so what we have to keep in mind as well is that with the national CASA standards, that there has to be one supervisor for a certain number of volunteers. So even if we have, 100 people on a waiting list to be a CASA volunteer, the program has to have the resources to be able to fund the supervisor to manage those volunteers as well. So I think that those are probably the three big concerns: juvenile court judge buy-in, funding, fundraising abilities for the programs, and then three, the staff to be able to supervise the volunteers that work with the children.
And that kind of, I guess, as I finish up, that kind of goes along with my last question about does the commission currently have the capacity to be able to support and to train statewide with your existing resources?
Right. So with that question, we are not the agency that's actually providing the training. The Tennessee CASA Association would provide that. I'm going to speak on their behalf, I think, and say that right now they probably don't have the capacity or the staff to be able to do everything they need to do with the training. So of this proposed money, that money would really help them build that bench strength to be able to do that additional training. Now, to go a step further with your question, how it would directly impact us at the Commission on Children and Youth is probably for the first year we would be okay, because it would really be the same number of contracts that we have, just an increased dollar amount. But as programs start coming on board and we're having more contracts with different and additional organizations, that's when we're going to start to feel even more pain in our fiscal shop, which really goes back to the first request of an additional contract person to be able to help Director Asam and her team be able to handle all that would come with that.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Kennedy. And again, thank you for what you do and your, as long as with your staff and as well as what CASA does.
Thank you, sir.
And I will just tag on to that, Director Kennedy. I heard great things about CASA. I don't think there's any concern about the value of the program. I do think there's some concern about the ability to ramp up and to utilize those dollars, particularly in the first year. As I understand it, you have to get the court buy-in, as you mentioned. There's also an accreditation process through National CASA that takes some time. And we're talking about recruiting a large number of volunteers and then training them. So again, making sure that the dollars that are, we want to have enough money to do it and do it well, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're not just throwing money at a problem and, not really using it. There may be more effective places to help children and youth to just reallocate those dollars. But I think that's something that this committee needs to think about and take a look at as we move through this process.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Chair Lady. The commission requested but did not receive $175,000 reoccurring in funding to manage the Kids Central Tennessee website. So I was wondering, can the commission provide some details on the Kids Central Tennessee website, its uses, and where the reoccurring funds will be used for?
Yes, ma'am. So that's a great question. And thank you so much for letting us talk about Kids Central. So just a little bit of history with Kids Central. So Kids Central was one of the priorities of the previous Governor Haslam's administration. And so at the time that Kids Central was created, the commissioners of the child serving departments came together and they said, we have so many incredible resources for children, youth, and families in our departments. There's so much information that we would like to be able to share with citizens across the state. So they said, what would be the most beneficial is if we had a one-stop shop website where a parent, a grandparent, a faith leader, a nonprofit organization, a service provider could just go to be able to get information, to be able to maximize that one place for everyone. So at the time that Kid Central was created, it really lived in the Governor Haslam's Children's Cabinet. So at the end of the administration, a decision was made to move that work to us at the commission. So the way that it has been funded since the inception is that the 6 child serving departments each contribute a small amount to fund that. So we continue to look at like state enterprise systems to make sure that Kid Central is still relevant, that it's not duplicating services, and we believe that it is relevant and not duplicating services. But the reason for the increase was, or the reason for the request was to really move away from having those multiple small dollar contract amounts to fund this, to having the dollars allocated directly to the commission's budget so that we could continue this critical service, but also have the departments be able to use those dollars in other ways that would meet their goals and strategies.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The commission is working with FNA to join other departments in a shared contract for a third-party grants management system, as I know you guys are aware of. How much of the shared contract's costs will be provided by the commission, and is the cost currently accounted for in your budget request?
So I'm going to have to ask Sherry this question. So how much is included in our budget to join that grants management system? So 15,000 non-recurring, 15,000 recurring that we were awarded in fiscal year 22. I'm sorry.
I'm sure, may I go back and forth on a few? So that's money that's already allocated in the current budget then. Are there any additional costs that you're to bear on this in this proposed budget for 23?
No, sir.
All right. What benefits of the new system do you anticipate will provide to the commission?
Yes, sir. So again, that's a great question. So on one hand, I'm kind of ashamed to tell you guys this, but so with the way that we have historically administered grants through the commission, it was very paper heavy. So when we would issue a request for proposals for those dollars, and we would receive grant proposals from courts or organizations across the state, they would seriously make like 25 copies, mail them to us, then we would mail them out to the members of the commission so that they could review those proposals. And then once we had the contract in place, we were really just kind of keeping up with the data, the outcomes, the impact, the expenditures on Excel spreadsheets. So with all of the technology that's available, I truly believe we can make applying for dollars more efficient for the organizations across the state that are eligible and would benefit from those dollars. I think I would be able to sit before you and tell you with a lot more certainty the impact of the investment of those dollars, instead of pulling paper files and counting. So I think it's just really a useful tool for us to be more effective and efficient and transparent with how those dollars are being invested and the outcome that we're seeing from those.
Well, I know utilizing technology for paperless transmittal of documents is something Chairman Todd and others are very passionate about. So I'm glad to hear that you guys are working on that. What is the timeline for completion, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so I'm going to have to get, I'm going to know enough to be dangerous with this. So I'm going to have to come back to you with the real concrete facts. So it's my understanding that we started to join this group, that what they thought was going to work initially ended up not working very well. So they've kind of gone back to another plan. I know there is a timeline for us to join that, but I don't know that right off the top of my head.
Well, thank you very much. And at some juncture, if you guys could just get us that information, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much and appreciate all that y'all do.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Sexton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I just want to say that the CASA program back in our area is very important. My son and daughter both are attorneys, and they both work in that very heavily. We actually have our fundraiser, our annual fundraiser, this Thursday afternoon. And I never did understand exactly, I represent Granger County, and I never did understand exactly what happened there. And maybe you could shed a little light on that.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to rely on Sherry with this as well. So typically when we come to you guys with our improvement requests, we ask for additional funding for a certain number of programs that may come online during the course of a fiscal year. So let's say, for example, with Granger County, if we were confident or optimistic that at some point they were going to be online, we wanted to have the resources to be able to start giving them at least part of that $22,000 or all of that $22,000. So the way that it worked last year is there was a budget amendment that included the funding for Granger County. But the way it was written, it said that the dollars were to go to the Tennessee CASA Association. So we tried our best to figure out if there was a way to kind of work around that. And I probably should never tell you guys that we want to work around something, but a way to be able to do that. And so it was really decided that for this year, what needed to happen was that those dollars go to the Tennessee CASA Association. Tennessee CASA then has the contract with Granger County for this first year, and then that we can clean it up this year where it will then come back to us. So we have the contracts with all of the local CASA programs. So I think that was an anomaly with that amendment that we'll be able to fix this year.
I didn't know about it. My daughter-in-law, who lives in Hamlin County, but is, they join borders with Granger County. She's the one that brought it to my attention along with another representative. But it is very important in our area. There's a lot of attorneys that work on that and try to, help out these children. And so it's a big deal. I appreciate the work that they do. And also I was interested to know that why that Shelby County does not accept the money.
Yeah, so yes, sir. So so it's my understanding that it's been several years that they just said that, gosh, I hate to put words in their mouth, but it's my what's that again? They're self-sufficient, that they have enough money to fund the work that they do without needing the other state dollars.
Well, that's a great thing.
I'm sorry.
That's a great thing that they're doing that. They don't take money that they don't need. But it is a program that's needed, and we see a lot of good things coming. I personally do with, my son and daughter-in-law that works in that. So
Yes, sir.
it's a good program. I appreciate the work that they do.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Well, please pass along our thanks to them because they're doing the hard work.
I don't have any further questions on my list. So Director Kennedy, thank you again for being here. Thank you for your succinct presentation, which gave us time for all the questions that we went through. And we do appreciate that very much. Not everybody can tell time. We're so glad that you can, 5 minutes.
Well, I'm sufficiently afraid of you all, so I will pay attention. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Department of Children's Services. We have a theme going today, if you all hadn't noticed. So we'll ask Commissioner if you want to come on up. And committee, just so you'll know the process we will have their regular departmental budget presentation. Then that will be immediately followed with a hearing on their expansion request. So we have some federal expansion dollars that they're going to tell us about. So Commissioner Nichols, I lost you there for a minute. If you want to, again, thank you for patiently waiting. You've been here for a bit. We appreciate you being early, just in case we were. And we would just ask you to go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Lady. It is good to be before you. Let me introduce the people to my left and to my right. To my left is Sherry, and I am Jennifer Nichols, Commissioner of the Department of Children's Services. To my left is Sherry Strain, who is our Budget Director. To my right is Dr. Muhammad El Casey, who is our Assistant Commissioner over Finance. To his right is Sandra Wilson, Deputy Commissioner over Child Programs. And to her right is Jennifer Donalds, who is Chief of Staff for our department. Because I can't tell time, I'm going to get right into talking about our department, but I can't begin without reminding you all what our mission is. And that's important because I can assure you that every single request that we made with respect to this budget is under the umbrella of trying to provide high-quality prevention and support services to children and families that promote safety, permanency, and well-being. And I think if we all can look at these requests, despite the fact that they are numerous, I think that you will agree that each of them do tend to do those things, which is to provide high quality prevention and support services to our families. We have a number of requests, and I'm going to hit as many as I can within the allotted minutes. The first one is a $5.4 million recurring request for extension of foster care. Our extension of foster care program serves adults that are 18 to 21 who emancipate directly from the department DCS custody into young adulthood at or about 18 years of age. We currently serve youth who are beyond the age of 18, youth who are completing a secondary education or a program that leads to equivalent credentials, and those that are enrolled in an institution which provides post-secondary or vocational educational programs. These funds would expand that eligibility to include those young people who are employed and working 80 hours per month, or those that are participating in a program designed to promote or remove barriers to employment, such as vocational programs that take less than a year, and or those that result in a certificate. So we're very excited about that one, as we believe it will set these young people up for a successful adulthood. Our second request is $32 million request under the Tennessee Foster's Hope umbrella. It relates to relative caregiver board rates. Our relative caregiver program helps support relatives who have taken on the responsibility of raising children that are related to them when their biological parents either cannot or will not provide that care. The most common relative caregiver, not surprising, are grandparents. And when children live with these supportive grandparents and other relative caregivers, it reduces trauma to them. The current program funds services such as case management and counseling, but this $32 million would, for the first time, provide a stipend to these regular caregivers, which is the equivalent of about 50% of the board rate that our other certified foster parents receive. And we are so excited. I dare say that every single one of you come from regions where you have heard these grandparents and aunts and uncles that are struggling, though they want to take care of these children that are in their family, they are struggling. And this stipend will, for the first time, allow them to receive both money and services. And in 2021, 2,426 children were served through the relative caregiver program without the stipends. But this is expected to increase that number to approximately 3,400 children to be served every year if approved. Our third ask is $15.1 million of recurring funds, which will expand child care to all foster parents and for children adopted through DCS. Currently, DCS foster parents receive child care vouchers for foster children through the Department of Human Services via federal funds. This does not include, however, foster parents who provide therapeutic foster homes, in other words, through our network providers. So this increase would expand child care vouchers to cover all foster children, including those that are fostered through our network providers. It would also expand to cover child care for children who were in foster care but have been adopted by their foster parents. The fourth budget increase is $983,000 request for expedited placement rate increase. when a child comes into DCS custody, and we sometimes look for placements, as you know, with well, as fast as we can, I guess. And currently, we pay kinship placements. So kinship being a relative, and this is different than the first program. We currently pay kinship placements $7 a day, $7 a day, until they get their certified foster parent certificate. So this will, and that includes going through the training and requirements to become an approved foster home. This proposal would increase that rate to $14. Still not up to what our certified foster homes receive, but the hope is that this will help take the edge off for them, but also encourage them to finish becoming certified foster homes. The fifth ask is an educational program expansion at Wilder. It is a $1.2 million increase, and the department will work with Tennessee Board of Regents to create 3 educational programs for youth at Wilder. The funding will be used to implement 2 TCAP programs, computer technology, and building construction. And it will also be used to start a business administration associate's degree program through a TBR community college. $405,000 is non-recurring, will be used to purchase physical equipment, such as for the computer technology and building construction training. And $250,000 is non-recurring, which will be used for physical improvements to the actual facility. The sixth ask is for provider rate adjustments for our residential care for our network providers. That's a $32.5 million recurring request. Providers are absolutely necessary for this state's ability to provide care for children in state custody. The department's provider rate is comprised, of federal funding of Title IV-E and Medicaid. An increase in state dollars is needed to draw any additional federal funding. This request equates to a 10% increase across the board. However, we are going to, if approved, evaluate and assess the most urgent levels of need in the department. We did receive an increase last year. Those have been implemented, and our providers have, I'm sure, expressed their appreciation to you, and they certainly have to our department. To exit Brian A. lawsuit, we are required to expand our levels of service, and we have many, many more levels of service than a lot of states have. But with higher levels of treatment and longer stays required, our network providers are required to do more. Under Family First Prevention Services Act, they are now required, residential providers are required to meet a higher level of criteria, such as 24/7 access to nursing and clinical staff, to have a trauma-informed treatment model, and also to provide 6 months of aftercare services. None of that came with extra money. We're requiring that they do it, because if they don't do it, then we lose federal funding, all of it. You have to be what's called a QRTP, Qualified Residential Treatment Program, in order for us to draw down those federal funds. The seventh ask, I will skip that one. That's a smaller one. The eighth one is a $6.4 million recurring request for adoption assistance and subsidized permanent guardianship. The children that come into custody of DCS achieve permanency 3 ways. 80% are reunited with their families. The remainder either exit through what we've talked into what we hope will be extension of foster care, or they achieve permanency through adoption or permanent guardianship. In the federal fiscal year of 20, there were 1,617 adoptions and subsidized permanent guardianships finalized. That's over 1,600 children who found permanency that were not, or who were not reunited with their families. That's a 3% growth in adoptions, and actually a 14% increase in the number of permanent guardianships, and that's a direct result of the department placing a special emphasis on that form of permanency. These fundings will be, the funding amount was determined by assuming the same level of growth that happened during fiscal year 21 and applying it through fiscal year 23. The next ask is $2.2 million of recurring funds for foster care, subsidized permanent guardianship, and adoption assistance rates increase. Maintenance and care payments to DCS foster parents to provide for custodial children placed in DCS custody. This funding would provide a cost of living increase to foster care board rates to the new adoption assistance and subsidized permanent guardianship payments as of July the 1st, 22. It's directly linked to our mission, of course, and it also supports Governor Lee's Tennessee Fosters Hope initiative. Also included in 9 is a $1.1 million recurring request. And I'll defer to Assistant Commissioner L. Casey, but Title 4E of the Social Security Act expanded the eligibility requirements of children receiving adoption assistance. And a certain portion of that is required to be spent on guardianship services. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And our next ask is $3.4 million of recurring funds for a particular treatment program, an evidence-based, it's called Parent-Child Interaction Therapy. It is for children ages 2 to 7 who have experienced emotional and behavioral problems that are frequent and that are intense. Under the Families First Prevention Services Act, we have to select a number of well-supported programs that are in the clearinghouse. And this is one of the programs that we have elected to bring to Tennessee if approved. It is a well-supported program, and we estimate that 1,848 children would be served. That's 1,848 children between the ages of 2 and 7 that have experienced or do experience emotional and behavioral problems that are frequent and intense. I will jump to the 14th ask, which is, the 15th ask, which is expansion of the TIES program. I know you heard from Commissioner Turner this morning with DID, and this is a pass-through. These funds, this 5.6 million, are pass-through funds from TennCare to DID children. As you know, they are expanding the age for children served by the TIES program from 0 to 3 to 0 to 4. And our department also makes referrals to that program. And these funds, as I said earlier, would be passed through from TennCare to DID. And I'm happy to answer questions, but I don't want to, I guess, pass the mic, so to speak, without going to the next slide, just to remind you that we currently have 8,937 children in state custody. Those are divided between dependent and neglected children, 8,364. And then justice involved youth, a total of 573. In addition to that, you hear, of course, that DCS is a large department. And in fact, we have 3,848 budgeted positions. So why can 3,848 budgeted positions not care for 9,000 children without being overworked? Well, that is because in addition to these children, we have served over 100,000 children in addition to these, through our family support services, through family crisis intervention program, through diversion, probation, aftercare, CPS assessment. In the next slide I put in there just because I hope that you all will look for your own counties and see the number of children in foster care and the number of children in your counties that are juvenile justice involved. You see a high in foster care of Shelby County, which is over 1,000. I don't believe there's one county that doesn't have at least one child in foster care. And then in the juvenile justice, again, the high number, from Shelby County is over 100, and there are several counties that have no juvenile justice involved youth. And finally, I've already told you that in 2021, 1,634 children received their forever homes through adoption and permanent guardianship. 782 young adults were served through extension of foster care. And if you guys approve our request and increase, that number would increase to 1,200. Our relative caregiver program, 2,426 children were served in 2021. And that, as I mentioned earlier, expected to increase to 3,400. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichols. We appreciate your time here today and your presentation and the work you do for our children here in the state of Tennessee. We do have a list of questions, and so we might as well get started because we have an expansion request after this presentation, after this question and answer session. First question is from Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Good morning, or good afternoon, and thank you to you and your team. Actually, I was just telling my colleague in Knoxville, it's 1:20 Eastern time, so I'm starving. So again, it's good afternoon. Just a quick question, and you referenced this briefly related to the Title IV e-waiver. In fiscal year 19 and 20, the state contributed $15 million recurring after a loss of funds federally. And there was conversations about us moving back into compliance with the Family First Act. Can you speak to a little bit about what's the status of that compliance? And then secondly, speak to a little bit about the foster and adoption rates and long-term and focus on family related to the Family First Act, please.
So the first question was about Family First, and that's the waiver that you referred to. And for us, it was not a matter of getting back into compliance. It was a matter of us, like all other 49 states, having to pull the trigger and go forward with that Family First. So we hit our targeted deadline for going forward with Family First, and that was July the 1st of 2021. Several months early. We have had many compliments. Part of that going forward was submitting a 5-year prevention plan that is required. And in that 5-year prevention plan, we had to put forward the programs, the evidence-based programs that we intended to serve many of these children with. And one of those programs I mentioned today, that regarding the 2 to 7-year-old children, that was one of those plans that we're seeking to add and bring to Tennessee. So with respect to the waiver, I'm going to defer to Dr. Earl Casey and let him explain because he'll make a lot more sense than I do.
Well, the waiver ended, as you stated clearly, on 2019. And now the state was using before almost like a block grant for 4E, and that was ended for all the states in the whole country in 2019.
Excuse me, I'm not sure that your mic is on. And if you would identify yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Mohammed Al-Casey, Assistant Commissioner of Finance and Budget. So in 2019, the waiver has ended, and they left it up to the state to apply for Families First, which we did in 2021, which allowed the state to draw federal funding for prevention program. In the past, we cannot draw federal funds for non-custodial children, but now we are allowed to draw federal funds, and at 50% with a state match of 50%. So that was, we're taking advantage of that, and we currently actually are started in several programs already in place. One of them is Intercept program and MST. Those are 2 programs running currently by Youth Villages. And we are actually started billing the federal government 50% of these programs.
And just to piggyback on that, if we had made the decision not to go through the rigorous process of Family First, we would still have the responsibility of taking care of youth and children, but we just wouldn't be able to draw the federal funds. So,
You are.
And then your next question was about long-term foster parents. Are you talking about like rates or?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just our expectation about the foster and adoption rates in the long term with increased focus on family unity and the family first incentives.
We have managed to keep around 5,000 foster families, foster homes open in this state. About half and half DCS families, half our provider families, which we call therapeutic homes. We continually need more foster families. As children are coming in and staying longer and have a higher level of needs, our need for foster parents and homes has increased, not decreased. It's interesting that you ask. Right now, we have our biggest need, of course, is for children that are in sibling groups or teenagers. And we have, let's see if I can get my numbers, 896 groups of 3 or more siblings in custody. So of course, when a sibling group comes into custody, you want to keep them together. That's the best for them. That's the best for everyone. So just imagine trying to find 896 homes that will take 3 or more children on top of their own biological children. In addition to that, we have over 3,277 teenagers between the ages of 13 and 17 that we are also looking for foster families for. And I give you those numbers just to sort of lay the framework for why we come back to you and are asking for approval to do anything we can to help foster parents do what they want to do, which is foster. So we, of course, come back for board rate increases. If it costs more to raise your child in the Southeast, then it's costing them more to raise that foster child. So we are doing our best to stay, I believe, on the average, what is it, the USDA?
Yes, 5% we requested this.
Yeah, 5% increase. It's based on the average that it costs to raise a child in the Southeast. And we are doing things like trying to increase services. And I think Governor Lee said his desire was to make our state the most foster friendly and adoptive friendly state in the country. And we share that.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation and all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Leader.
And Department of Children's Services. You talked about the Tennessee Foster's Hope program. I noticed that there's 3 cost increase in there, totaling about $51 million. And it's on a recurring basis, which I think is good. This program began back in 2021. Can you tell me or tell us how many families, children have been served during this time since it began in 2021?
Well, as you know, Tennessee Foster's Hope is an initiative which is a collaboration between business, houses of worship, and the state. DCS provides a lot of data to the collaboration, and as you pointed out, 3 of the requests for increases sort of go directly to the foster and adoption mission. I will have to get you data because I'm not the data keeper for Tennessee Foster's Hope, but I know that we have our own data for how many children have been adopted, and I think what you're asking would be if we could, I guess, draw down how many of the 1,600 who reach permanency maybe reach permanency through
the program
involvement in Tennessee Foster's Hope. So, Leader Camper, if you will give me a day or 2, I'll get it for you.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And just if you provide it to the chairman, she'll make sure that all the members get it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Also, will this funding interact with the Families First Preventive Service Act?
And I'm sorry, will you ask me that again?
Will this funding interact with the Families First Preventive Services Act?
Okay, the extension of foster care, I don't see where that one would interact with Family First Prevention Service Act because, as I said, that's for children ages 18 through 21, and Family First, is an initiative to keep children from coming into custody. And these children have already exited, but we all know well, most of us weren't capable of doing things on our own when we're 18. So this initiative, of course, is directly related to providing them services for a little bit longer, maybe like they'd get in their own home, to try and set them
Set 'em up for
going. Yes,
success.
ma'am. Now, the Tennessee fosters the relative caregiver board rates. Does that interact? Would you think? I think so.
Well, the one that actually interact is two programs that we currently have is the Intercept program, which we had about $15 million and already in the budget for that program. That's paid 50% by the feds, 50% state match. And the second program is MST, multisystematic therapy, and that is about $6 million. Also, in that program, 50% is funded by the state. And those are directly related to Families First, in addition to the program that we introduced today as well, that has about $3 million on that program.
Thank you. So my presumption then would be that maybe you do or don't need any additional positions to do this work, or you take care of it in-house.
So a lot of the programs that are administered through our Family First prevention plan are administered through our contract providers. And so with that, what we're trying to do is take care of them by asking you for a rate increase.
Got it.
So we're trying to take care of them as well, because they do a lot of the work directly with the kids. In terms of our own need of positions, I'm asked that frequently. And, what I say is I need to fill the ones that I have. I need to fill the vacancies that we have. We have 3,800 budgeted positions. And of that 3,848, actually over 2,700 of them are case managers. And when you hear about caseloads and the struggle of the department, we are down over 500 case managers. So if I filled the ones I had, I think we'd be fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the interest of time, do you mind if I go back and forth with 3 or 4 questions? Thank you. You mentioned shortage on staff. I know a recent audit showed at Wilder Youth Development Center, there's about a 50% turnover rate. And there's also been an increase in youth disturbances and escape attempts at the facility, including a breakout by 5 youths almost a year ago. First, to what do you attribute the turnover, and then what's being done to correct that?
I attribute the turnover to the nature of the work. It's hard. It's hard. And when you are trying to house, educate, provide health care services, provide therapy, family counseling, individual counseling to youth that have been declared delinquent by a court, the very nature of that job makes it difficult. And remember, because they are youth, not adults, the same resources that the Department of Corrections uses by law to contain, restrain, deal with their population, the Department of Children's Services cannot do, even though they've committed many of the same acts. So in talking to people who have transitioned away, that's what you hear. Sometimes they say pay. Most of the time they say the work. And you know that it just grows. If one walks away, it makes it harder on the remaining. Another one walks away. So we are, in terms of what we are doing, and you're correct, there was an escape. The last escape was in June of 2021. There was one in May. There was one in June. And there are incidences at the facility, though not escape attempts. What has happened is them leaving their dorm and being inside the perimeter fence, acting in ways that they shouldn't be acting. We have hired a security company that provides perimeter every single night, 5 cars from dusk till dawn. In addition to that, we pay troopers, highway patrol officers overtime, and they are now at the Wilder campus, all 3 shifts, multiple troopers a day. I believe for the last month, it was over 500 hours overtime. Is that what it was? That we paid for troopers. And it makes a huge difference. In addition to that, I have met with many stakeholders of the community. I have met with our private providers, and we are taking steps to address the population while at the same time retaining the employees that we have there. Our goal being to make it easier and for them to control and monitor and educate and give therapy to the youth that are currently there.
Thank you for that. I'm assuming that this high level of turnover and the shortages of personnel would contribute to the disturbances and attempted escapes, I would imagine.
I believe you're correct.
Switching to the budget, including $1.2 million to expand the educational programming at Wilder and the capital budget that includes $1 million for maintenance. And Wilder, I know, is included in a group of projects funded under the appropriations, F&A. What would be the timeline for completing the new Wilder facility, and what would need to be done to the current facility to keep it operational until the completion of the new facility?
So if you don't mind, I'm going to take the last question first.
Sure.
As I said earlier, we are taking major steps with respect to the population in the dorms that we'll be using to house the youth there for the foreseeable future. Those include a number of security enhancements that we are working on with everyone from Stream and General Services and JLL contractors to harden up the dorms that we'll be using. Harden them up in a way that will, you don't want to use the word impossible, that will make it certainly more difficult for them to leave, them being the youth, to leave the dorms that they're assigned to unless somebody has opened the door. We are having frequent discussions about long-term solutions and what is the best long-term solution for West Tennessee. At least 70%, I think the last time I checked, 70% of the youth that were, or more, could be 80, at Wilder are actually from Shelby County. And so there is an interest in having a presence there as part of their therapy and setting them up for successful reentry into the world is their family connections, their mentors, job connections, that kind of thing. So we're evaluating a number of different options to try and figure out long-term what is the best thing that we can do. In the meantime, we have another network provider in East Tennessee from Wayne Halfway, who runs the Mountain View facility, which is a hardware secure facility. He is increasing the number of beds that he has for hardware secure, and that's in Jefferson County. And we're working with him daily on that project.
Well, thank you very much for being here, and I really appreciate the level of care and concern that you and all the folks that work under you have for these children, and appreciate all your efforts. It makes us feel much better to know we've got good people in place to do these tough jobs. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next on my list is Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner, for coming. It's always great. Appreciate you and your employees and all you're doing for kids in our communities. Obviously, in my area, and in a recent audit, it was said that a lot of your DCS caseworkers, over 1,800 of them, most of which carry over 20 cases. And so there's a statutory requirement for them to meet with those individuals at least once a month. Very difficult to do that. I guess my question is how difficult are you having time hiring people in order to try to meet that requirement? What are the things that you're doing in order to improve that?
thank you for asking, because I feel like I get an opportunity to plug that we're hiring just by the nature of the
Yeah.
question. Yes, we're required to keep an average of 20 cases per case manager per region. And in that map that you all have before you, you can see the different regions in the state. So, in regions that have one county, Shelby, Davison, Knox, it's one thing, but then we have other counties that have we have other regions that have like 14 counties. So how that really pans out is you could have a county that has a very low number of cases per case manager, and then in the same region have a more involved county where they have high, and it's the average. And what we're doing, because truthfully, we want them all to have a low caseload. What advantage is it to any of us that they have high caseloads? The fewer they have, on their list, the better services they're able to give to the children, and frankly, the better lives they're able to live. The less overtime they're asked to work. We have the most robust recruitment plan that we've ever had. We are literally going into the classrooms, the college classrooms, and talking up the department, talking up social work, talking up the children that need this. We have our independent job fairs. We join big job fairs. We are doing job fairs in person. We are doing them virtually. We are contracting with network providers, paying them to come in and do casework to assist our case managers, because we know how hard they're working. In addition to that, we are asking for volunteers, from other counties that have fewer cases. Do you want to come into a particular area and help? Would you like to come here and earn some overtime? So we literally are thinking outside the box. We've hired a recruitment director and are reclassifying another job so that we have two whose full-time job it's going to be. And I think we're actually aimed towards getting 3 of them. Full-time job is to recruit.
So I appreciate that. I think one of the things also that's a big challenge that I understand from your department is turnover. I guess the question is that turnover, is it related? Obviously, it's one of the most difficult jobs our folks are doing, and so we appreciate what they're doing, because it does take, geography is a huge challenge too when you carry 20 or more cases. But I guess the question is as it relates to turnover, is what other states, surrounding states, paying, what kind of impact is that having on yours? For instance, we have most of our large, except for Nashville, all of our large population bases are on bordering other states. I just wondered what the impact might be there.
I don't know what the impact of just COVID. I know that the department has historically had a difficult time staying fully staffed. It just has. And again, the nature of the work. You think about what we're asking them to do. You have to have a love for children, a love for families that goes beyond the regular level of a love for children, a love for families. I mean, we are serving babies that are hours old and that are drug exposed, and we are serving youth up to the age of 19 who have been declared delinquent and given a determinate sentence for murder, and everything in between. Everything in between. The nature of the work is tough, and the people that do it, our frontline staff, are heroes, but people don't call them that. People don't want to see them come in there knocking on their door or walking across their yard, but they are heroes. They just don't wear a Wonder Woman cape, or Superman cape. So in terms of what I'm doing is I never, ever, ever miss a chance to advocate for them. People say, do you need more? And, more numbers. I need to fill the ones I have. We need to, I'm just so excited about the agency, or excuse me, the statewide market study that DOHR is doing to include all of the classifications in DCS to see what they should be paid. And I'm looking forward to that. And I understand it's going to be complete by the end of the fiscal year, and that there's money appropriated A lot of departments are in the same shape we are in terms of asking for, advocating for their employees. And I believe that this statewide market study is the way to go in terms of paying them what they deserve to be paid.
So to sum up what you said, the answer to the question of is turnover being impacted by other states? For instance, if you're a DCS worker in Bristol, Tennessee, you're competing against Bristol, Virginia employees. So your study is going to tell us whether or not our pay scale is competitive with surrounding states, or will it not tell us that?
I believe, I don't know, even know how wide it is. I can get some comments, but let me answer one question though about the other states. So I read nationwide, and I talked about it last week. Even in Oregon, you hear the person over their HR saying he's never seen, the need for foster parents and for case managers like it is now. I mean, it is nationwide. It's every state. It's not just us, and that's why I question whether it's whether we're really competing with our neighboring states. I will say this: as part of our recruitment efforts, there have been discussions about us going to our neighboring states, into those colleges, and trying to recruit from there, because we know we have students that go to those colleges. But I don't know that we really are competing with them. I know we've done market analysis ourselves with neighboring states, and we're higher than some and we're lower than some.
Thank you.
We have several more people on our list. We're really out of time, so I'm going to ask our questioners to be brief with your questions, and I would ask our responders to be brief as well. Next on the list, Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I promise I'll be brief. I just want to thank you and your entire staff and everybody at DCS for what you do. You do some of the hardest work there is, and it's really God's work, and I just thank you.
Well, that was incredibly brief. Thank you, Representative Lynn. Leader Gant.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll see if I can top that one. Commissioner, I just want to briefly say thank you about your work with me and the governor. Wilder's been a very difficult situation, and the governor has been very diligent. You've been very diligent. His staff's been very diligent in trying to have a common sense approach to this, the issue that we're dealing with. So, but you were to be commended, and I just wanted to be on record publicly saying thank you for your work on this with me and others. So thank you.
We appreciate your help and your support as well.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and I apologize for my tardiness. Wearing many hats today. I wanted to ask you a question about what happened in Rutherford County with the jails and the students who were arrested. Do you oversee that facility?
We don't oversee that facility.
Okay.
Do we license it? We license it as we do. And so I could certainly give you, not today, if you give me a minute, I could give you all the records regarding licensing of that facility, because we license a number of them across the state, but we don't oversee it. We don't run it. We're not the people who put children in that detention center.
Now, with the licensing procedure, I've had several incidents of misconduct of children and whatnot happening within the facility. Do you all investigate that?
If there is a referral made, and we get referrals from all kinds of places. We get referrals, not just from individual homes, but we get referrals from schools and other facilities. So if there was a referral made that a child had been mistreated, then we would go in and we could investigate that. So if a call or a web referral was made to our hotline.
Okay, thank you.
Right. That does conclude the questions. We're going to very briefly, Commissioner, ask you to just give us the 30,000-foot view, if you would, of the expansion request because of our time limitations. But if you can share that with us now.
Yes, ma'am. The department received $5,036,623 in additional community-based child prevention. We call it CB CAP federal funds as part of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The additional funds expire on July 30th, 2025. The department would like to distribute the funds over 3 years, and we are requesting an expansion of $1,678,000 each year for fiscal 23, 24, and 25. The funds can be used for child abuse prevention programs, and we all know prevention is the key. If you prevented all of it, we'd have 0 kids in custody. But the additional CB CAP money will allow our current organizations that receive these funds to expand their programs. The organizations that receive these funds now are like the CACs in all of your counties and districts, Stewards of Children, which is the Child Abuse Prevention, Nurture the Next. So there's a number of programs. And the grants are allocated to organizations that provide child abuse prevention plans and services to children in Tennessee. And generally, the services are not for children who have open DCS cases. I mean, that's a critical point because we want to keep kids out of custody, right? That's as high level as I could get.
All right. And that's great. Just a couple of questions. This training that you're talking about, will it take place like in the CACs, or how will the training be delivered?
Great question. CACs do give training in CACs, and I know that because I actually was assigned to one and worked in one, but they also go out and give training. They sort of want to, and the CACs, the different ones do it different ways, but they definitely go out to groups and go out to schools. If they have room and space to bring them in, I know they do that as well.
And will there be other organizations involved in doing the training in addition to CACs? Who's eligible for the training?
Any organization that provides child abuse prevention services can apply.
Yes.
And then the CACs is just one. And I'll give you an example. CACs, how I became sort of familiar with Stewards of Children, which is Darkness to Light, an incredible prevention service. CACs were bringing that group into the CACs to give that training. And CACs were hosting that group to give training to different communities. So it really is a collaborative effort. You can apply for them. And we, like I said, are asking to be able to spend it over 3 years, $1,678,000 each year to expire on September the 30th.
Well, I think
And
based on other
Oh.
information,
well,
Any of these.
Dr. L. Casey just gave me literally a page-long, single-spaced list of all the groups that qualify for this training.
right, if you could just send that to my office and we'll get that
Absolutely.
out to the committee. Based on other information that we've seen from mental health and other departments today, I think we all can infer that child abuse or the reporting of child abuse, whether it's more prevalent or just the reporting is higher, that's certainly increased over the past couple of years with COVID and all the other things. So again, anything that we can do to get in front of that on the front end, I think intercession and prevention is always better than remediation and less expensive as well. Representative Shaw, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just wait till we get the list. I'll just wait till we get the list.
Well, and most of these grants are like $50,000, so you can imagine the number of community organizations who are applying and seeking them and it's a lot, and it's spread about.
So were those, when you're administering the grants, is it based on first come, first serve? Is there a priority based on the plan? How will you determine? I'm assuming the pot of money is not, although it's a lot, it's not inexhaustible. So how will you determine who actually among those applicants is ends up with a grant.
I just probably want to add that this funds, even though it's an additional funds we receive, this is a permanent grant that we always have. We have about 800,000 we receive every year of the child prevention grant. So this is we already have even the vendors that already currently using it. So we're going to make it available to all the providers that currently have this program, or if new providers want to apply for this grant, we were just waiting first for your approval, and then we will have it available for anybody to apply for this particular grant.
So they could either expand what they're already doing or
New providers can always
providers.
add.
Request. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, committee, just hang in. 2 more things to do, and you can be, I will set you free. But we have, and they're important things to do. We have expansion hearing from the Department of Human Services. I hope that Commissioner Carter is somewhere in the building and, okay.
Here he is.
Commissioner Carter, we have a lot of hungry folks, particularly those of us from East Tennessee, so we're going to ask you to come up and get started on your presentation and give us the 30,000-foot view, please.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. And this will be very brief. This is about an expansion request of 1.68 million for our adult protective services. And it will fund an existing initiative, our CREST program. And this is 100% federal money. There is an expiration date for the spending, which would be September 30th, the end of the federal fiscal year. But we will petition the federal government to extend that as we get towards the end of the federal fiscal year. But and if you need, I can go into some detail on what the program is. But without that, I'll just turn it back to you. It's a pretty simple request.
All right, I have a couple of questions, and then we'll see if other members do. Commissioner, is the department going to be able to use any of the funds that we're talking about here to address the adult homemaker program? I know there's a wait list.
The adult homemaker program? Is this, Sherelle, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Lady. Sherelle Campbell Street, Deputy Commissioner. And this is separate from our SSBG program. We are looking at some many different ways in which we can increase the number of people or providers that we have currently working in our adult homemaker program. But this particular may be able to hit certain areas of adult protective services as it pertains to homemaker, but not entirely.
Okay, so this will be used to address the 184 wait list specifically on that program. Okay, are there any other questions from any of the committee? Representative Shaw is asking for a list of specifics of where the dollars are going to be used. So if you can provide that, then we will get it.
So if you'd like, I can walk you through, or I can send you a list of the services that are provided through this, whichever you prefer.
I believe they're on our dashboard. So
Yes.
Representative Shaw, you can take a look at them there real quickly and see if you have other questions. Does anybody else have questions for the commissioner? Seeing none, well, again, we appreciate you coming today and waiting for far longer than it took you to present. And so,
Would not want to stand between a group of hungry legislators and lunch.
a very wise move.
Thanks so
thank
much.
you, sir. We have an expansion request next in front of us from the Department of Health. Commissioner Piercy, I believe, is unavoidably detained out of town, and I believe that John, who's presenting? John. I was, no, I was getting confused because there were other people moving around, so,
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, you're stuck with me for this afternoon. I'll
well,
be very brief,
we
though.
will struggle through it.
Okay. Madam Chair, the Tennessee Department of Health requests the recognition of additional federal funds to support the department's efforts at reducing maternal mortality statewide. The particular grant in front of you is from the Department of Health and Human Services and will allow the department to focus on reducing maternal deaths as a result of violence. The plan is for the department to utilize these funds to do a data review and also implement evidence-based strategies that will reduce the instances of violent deaths for pregnant women or mothers within a year of giving birth. This is a 5-year grant. The first year is about $225,000 with $300,000 in the subsequent years. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I noticed it mentions homicide or suicide
Yes, ma'am.
prevention, and I know that I've had friends who've gone through postpartum depression. There are lots of things that come to play there. Can you kind of tell us, when you're looking at these numbers, how they're divided between the suicide and homicide
Yes, ma'am.
categories?
The window that our program looked at most recently was from 2017 to 2019. There were 222 deaths. Of those 222 deaths, 37 were categorized as violent. 31 of those were homicides. So that's 14%, which was an alarming number. And so that's how that's broken down. To your point about, postpartum depression and that sort of thing, that is right in the wheelhouse of this grant, because we're going to assist organizations in training and using screening tools that are probably more advanced than what we typically do.
Well, I can certainly understand how working with the pregnant mother or the woman who's recently become a mother to help prevent suicide, but the homicide seems a little bit more difficult for intervening with the individual and having that transfer to reducing homicide. Can you speak to that a little bit?
There's some training that's evidence-based that helps providers maybe identify some signs that someone's in a bad domestic situation. And so, yeah, you bring up a great point that you can't pinpoint that directly all the time, but there are some things that maybe points that we might be able to, I'll say, tip off a provider into expanding the services offered to a particular mother.
Thank you. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I'm really excited to hear about funds coming down from maternal health. That's great. Can these funds be used for doula services to help curb some of the mental and emotional stressors that lead to postpartum depression, which leads to suicide?
That's a good question. From what I understand of the grant, that is not part of the discussion. However, I'd be happy to go back and check with our program folks, and we can follow up with you on that.
Thank you.
And one last question from me. Are there plans to combine your efforts? I know we have, in a typical government fashion, we have a lot of silos who are independently addressing the same issues sometimes.
Mhm.
So can you talk a little bit about how you're going to coordinate, with the Department of Mental Health, TennCare, organizations like that also would be playing on this playing field?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is really building off the network that we've already established with those other organizations. We currently have a maternal mortality program that's been in place since 2017. They work well with the Department of Mental Health already. We work real well with a lot of the community providers. And so that network exists. And I think we've done a good job of at least coordinating our efforts and breaking down those silos. And this will just expand on what we've done in the past.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Seeing none, again, thanks for coming today. Tell Commissioner Piercy you did an admirable job.
Thank you.
And we appreciate your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We are now back in session. And that completes the calendar for today without a, oh. Right. We do have, based on popular demand, we have a revised budget hearing schedule. We will have budget hearings this Thursday afternoon, like we did last week, but beginning next week, we are going to pull those back into various slots that have been approved by our clerk and speaker and everybody to try to get everybody out of here on Thursdays. So you will be getting a revised calendar in your emails today or tomorrow, very soon. Please make sure that your legislative assistant gets the revised schedule onto your calendar. So I have no further business or announcements. And unless somebody just really wants to stay, we are adjourned.